Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Nixie. It's so good to see you, by the way. How are you doing today, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Fingers crossed. It's Friday. It's beautiful. The week has abated itself once more. We're only 2 weeks away from Christmas. Is everybody excited about Christmas? Good to hear that you're doing well. Folks, tonight we're going to be playing more Everquest. BitTroop, evening! How are you, BitTroop? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing fantastic. I took my kids through a drive-through light show that we do every year for Christmas. They had themselves a blast. They're off to bed now. It's just chilling. We're having a great old time today. The week is over. The weekend is here. Oh, my goodness. It's been super busy. We're getting ready for the holidays. Everything's all ready. We're all set up. Light show sounds a little bit... Exactly. And it's nice to drive through, you know, so you don't have to do anything. It's very pleasant. Yeah, so, wow, folks, the Game Awards happened. Hold on, let's go full screen for this. Let's have some music in the background. Game Awards just happened. Can we talk about that for a second? Look at my terrible hair. I need a haircut so bad. What is wrong with me? The Game Awards happened. Did anyone see this? Look, I don't dig the Game Awards. It's a lot of commercials. And a lot of, the awards don't matter. They don't. I don't really care about who wins. I'm more interested in, the game announcements and that sort of stuff. So I'm very curious to see how that stuff goes. So I finished watching that. I had to watch it today because I was recording a podcast last night. So I didn't get a chance to watch any of it live. I watched a tiny bit. And I'm excited. There's some really good stuff coming out. I'm very excited about Senua's Odyssey. That's what it is, right? The sequel to Senua's Sacrifice. And I dig that stuff because I'm a giant fan of Heilung, which is the band that did the music for this new one. And I'm very excited about that. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. And I also really dig... I haven't played it yet. I own it. I should play that. I should play that soon. I should play that very soon. Maybe we'll start 2022 with an incredibly horrifying game about mental illness. It's perfect. That game really excited me. I was excited about the Star Wars game until it said Quantic Dream. Now look, I was a fan of Quantic Dream's games on their execution of QTEs in a cinematic experience, but the games themselves and the plots especially are a little... Also, the company's incredibly problematic. So I'm like, I got too many games. I'm gonna have to pass. I wanted to play. I was super stoked about the idea. I was really oh, this is looking fantastic. I'm really stoked for this Star Wars game. I'm not anymore. I got other stuff. I'm going to probably pass. I was really into the indie game that was Thirsty Suitors. That looked like a lot of fun. It's this weird Indian game about this girl who all of her exes are wanting to fight her, and she uses her aunt and her mad skateboarding skills to stop them. It looks ridiculous. But I liked it. I think it looks really cool. I'm a big indie person, so I'm really excited about that. I'm excited about Tunic eventually coming out. Someday we'll get Tunic. And let's see, the big stuff, I'm happy for the Warhammer people. I'm interested with Warhammer Space Marines 2. I'm interested in the Dune game, the weird 4X Dune game. That looks weird. 4X? 8X, 8X, 6X. It's weird. It's a strategy. Octagons. Yeah. 4X. Thank you, BitTroop. 4XX. I'm really interested in how that's gonna play. I don't know if it was real time or turn based. If it's turn based, I am very interested. If it's real time, not so much. 4Xs typically are turn based though, so. I'm stoked for that. There was a lot of stuff they showed, but none of it was I gotta play this. Besides Senua, there was so much stuff that I can't even, like... I was stoked about the Matrix thing. Man, look. There's two franchises. Sakura's Dune. Chia and Hellblade were the two I'm down for. Which one is Chia? Hi, Sakura. It's good to see you. Two franchises that I feel are grossly underutilized as video game franchises. The Matrix, big time. The Polynesian... Oh, yes! Oh, my gosh, Sakura, yes! Oh, that's one that I'm like, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that. That's one I'm like, yes! That is another yes. A big one. A big yes. And like, there's that weird Portal game that, like, where you're going through the portals to other worlds and it's very Minecraft-y, like high-fidelity Minecraft. That looks cool. I think that a lot of people are going to dig that a lot, but I can see already the microtransactions in that game. When you look, we live in such a really crazy game industry where you look at a game trailer and you're like, microtransaction, like those will be monetized. Those will be monetized. Those will be monetized. And you just instantaneously see that now. And you're like, yep, that's not for free. That's not for free. That's not going to be found in the game naturally. And that was the case with that weird Minecraft game that has all the portals to other worlds and such. I very much like, yeah, that's so... If it's in the game and not microtransactions, those outfits that everybody was wearing, I will eat crow. I will be like, you know what? Good on them. They did right. But not right now. Not right now. Nope, they didn't do it. But no, the other underutilized things, the Matrix is a huge underutilized game, like, wellspring. You could do so much with it because you don't have to rely on the main characters from the movies. You can have compelling and interesting stories with the characters that exist in that world. That's the problem that I think a lot of people don't realize. It's like, you don't need to tap into the familiar. You don't need to tap into these characters from the movies. You can have... The world stands on its own as engaging and interesting to people. And The Matrix especially is a world where that's what people want. They want that world. They don't need all the other stuff. Although Keanu Reeves is fantastic. He's a saint. And the other one is Tron. Tron, I don't know why we don't... Why don't we have Tron games? Why don't we have Tron games? Somebody tell me why there's no Tron games. You don't need Tron. You don't. You just need that world. It's endless possibilities. You can literally make anything you'd like. I'd love an MMO. Same reason we don't have Tron movies. Sakura, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I know, you're right. You're right. Tron 2.0 is so good. Tron Battle Grids on the Wii is so good. They don't make moolah. You're right. I think one of the big reasons that the new Tron movie also, or the most recent one, Tron Legacy. So I have, there's a thing that I think is the worst idea. The worst idea that video games, and well, any form of entertainment does. And it is always a resounding flop when they do it. And that is the crazy interwoven web of cross-media promotion. So for instance, Dot Hack is a video game series. Like the PlayStation 2 games, right? But then they're like, oh, you gotta watch the anime though for more information. Oh, but there's also this manga series. Oh, but there's also these actual books, the fiction books. Oh, hey, the Tron Legacy, right? You want to know what happens before? Gotta play the video game. Oh, you want to know the secret behind this? Read the book. Where were they in between those moments in the movie? Go play that video game. Like, no. No. And I'm with you, Sakura. I adore Tron so much. Legacy, One of the best soundtracks ever. Absolutely. You think Daft Punk, right? You're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Techno, great. Ends up being like, this is a cinematic masterpiece. But anyways, the Game Awards, I'm excited for some of the games they announced. But very little was like, it's a must. Day one, I'm there. There was a couple. I also was very confused by some of the selections. I really feel like some of the winners of the Game Awards was like I don't know. It was strange. I was very confused. I feel like some of it was just more, let's get people watching. I don't know. The It Takes Two winning game of the year. I gotta play it. It was on the list. I was supposed to play it with Capsule J. Haven't done that yet because I'm a slacker. 2021 was a year of a lot of solid games. Few truly amazing. 2022 looks to be much of the same. Nixie said he mentioned that. I know. I am a horrible friend. I'm a horrible friend. It's been a situation where it's like, my poor, stupid Neanderthal brain is very much... Thank you, Shoke4152. Greetings, program. You can hear it in the background. It's not popped up on the full screen, but you heard it audibly there, quietly under the music. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. My Neanderthal brain, Nixie. I am the worst friend in the world because... I talked about this earlier, previously in a previous stream, many times. That I am a person who's like... driven by impulse. Not necessarily in life. Yes, very much in life as well. But like to what to play. And I have to be like, now's the time. We're like, a good friend of the stream, Simon Ashtier, is always like, hey, we should play Payday 2. Good friend Lepilikos is like, yeah, let's go all go in and play Payday 2. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah? Even though, like, it looks like a crazy fun game. My brain's just like, not right now. You're thinking about Soul Reaver in your head right now. You're thinking about Soul Reaver. You're thinking about Everquest. That's what you have to play. Hesh says, Noreth needs me. Hesh! So good to see you. By the way, Sakura, can we get a shout out for Nixie and Hesh? Folks, if you want to see some great variety stream content, Nixie is absolutely fantastic. Plays a whole lot of everything. Been playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. It's been a joy to watch. I've been lurking. I'm a stay-at-home dad full-time. So, like, what free time I have, headphones are on. Just listening. Watching. Doing the dishes. Watching. Ooh, I like it. Great streamer. Fantastic. Shout out to Hesh Ballantyne. Excellent streamer as well. If you like my style of ranting incoherently about... He's a lot more coherent than I am. A lot more composed. I'm all over the place. Lots of ranting about games and game design and things that are incredibly interesting about what makes games work. That sort of stuff. Also, delightful. The best salesman for Final Fantasy XIV ever. I'm on the train. It's gonna be a while, but when it comes, it comes. It's happening. You have put it on the list, which is not easy to do in my brain, my poor Neanderthal brain. Okay, let's play some Everquest. Let's play some Everquest. Hi, folks. Yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy XIV is not going anywhere. And I don't think at any point the community is all of a sudden going to take a turn for the worst. Now listen, folks, I did something off stream. I was like, you know what? We had finally finished. We finished a quest, one that took us 3 days to do. We earned the Treant bow staff, which is used in making the True Shot longbow in the city of Kelethin, the home of the Wood Elves. And they're like, but if you want to make the True Shot longbow, you'll need these ingredients. We have the ingredients now. I had to go get a planing tool because I didn't buy one at my hometown, so I had to stop here where I'm at now, at the home of the delightful halflings. One of my favorite places. Y'all saw me here for a long time when I was doing it with Nick. Randy, Trevor, Corley Harley is still here. Corey Leahy. Randy, Trevor, Corey Leahy is still here. If you don't know, back in the summer, in like May, Nick and I were playing this and streaming it. Randy, Trevor, Corey Leahy was here. And he was here every day that we streamed. He's still here. Still here. He just hunts and kills the guards. And he does so ad nauseum. Ad nauseum. He's still at it. And what's funny is that, like, we started, like, jabbing at him, you know, and being silly and stupid. And he loved it. He loved it. He ate it up. So, shout out to Randy, Trevor, Corey Leahy. So I went to go take the boat this morning because I was like, you know what? You guys don't want to see that stupid boat ride again. You really don't, right? And so my brain was like, okay, well, what I'll do is I'll take the boat and I'll get all the materials ready. And so we can spend our time in the common lands doing some hunting while trying to get somebody to be able to make the bow for us and spend our time trying to sell it once we actually get it done. And little do we know that magic happens in that moment. Something that I hadn't seen in the game yet with this character. Someone roleplayed with me. I get to the docks waiting for the boat to Freeport from the island of Fadewar where we were from. And it's a long boat ride and it's a long wait. And the guy's fishing. And I just sneak up behind him and I go, boo. No response. Nothing. And so I say, I get it. AFK fishing, waiting for the boat. Like, yeah, I get it. And the guy... Oh, hold on. My wife's texting me. My cat is scratching and crying. Hold on one second. I gotta get my cat locked in the door, in this room with me. I'll get him in just a second. And this guy, he goes, he turns around and is like, you know, hail, traveler. It's like, hail. And he's like, you know, what brings you, what brings you to the docks this fine evening? Fishing's good. And I was like, he's like, I don't see a pole in your hands. And I'm like, I'm waiting for the boat to Freeport. I'm looking for a Fletcher, and because we need somebody to make this bow. And his response is like, Kellethan's got lots of Fletchers. Why Freeport? And I'm like, well, this is a special bow. I'm looking for the True Shot longbow. I have all the ingredients to make it, but I don't have the skill. And Freeport's really the hub of you know, crafting, you know, the craftsman. And he's like, this is true. And I was like, problem is, the place stinks. He's like, it is a fishing town. It does smell. And I'm like, yeah, I hate boats. I don't want to do this. And he's like, you know, don't worry, it won't be too bad. And he's like, my fishing pole broke. I'm going to be right back. Like, yell for me if the boat comes. I'm like, I gotcha. And we're just, you know, little banter. And he comes back with his fishing pole. He starts fishing. And he's emoting. He's taking a drink. He hands me some booze. And I, of course, take a swig. I'm like, much appreciated. I'm going to need this on this boat. And the boat finally arrived. We're just chatting, shooting the breeze about our adventures and things like this. About the work that I had to do to get these materials. And he's just listening and nodding and being like, yeah, adventuring's a difficult job. And the boat comes and we get on. And he's like, I'm going to rest for a little bit. Wake me up when we get there. And I'm like, all right, sure thing. And we're sitting on the boat. And then it starts to rain. And I'm like, and I get into the cabin. I'm wet and everything. And then it starts to thunderstorm. And I'm like, I'm going to barf. You know, I can't handle this. Oh, it's so choppy. And he's like, he wakes up and he starts talking to me like, it's going to be all right. You know, you're going to be fine. You're going to make it through this. I'm like, we're going to die. We're going to die on this boat. This is terrible. He's like, you're not going to die. Listen to me. You're going to make it through. And then when we finally arrive, he's like, you know, good luck out there, kid. And I hope you find what you're looking for here in Freeport. And it's like, thank you. If you're ever back in the Fadewar Like, just let me know. Just look me up. I owe you a mead. And he's like, will do. And I was like, yes. Now, before I go, I'm going to be right back. I have to go get my cat real quick. He's bothering everybody, my children. So I'm going to be right back and we'll start adventuring. I loved it. It was so much fun. I'll be right back. Bye. Okay. Yeah, it's just so nice to have people that you can actually like chat with and enjoy your time with. So we got all the materials that we need. Well, we now have to make the journey back to Freeport, which in and of itself is arduous. It is nighttime. The little things are often the best. That's what I'm talking about, Sakura. That was casual. And what's so great about casual interactions with other players, I'm going the wrong way, is that it makes the world feel more real. You engage with it far more, and it becomes more entertaining, interesting, and you just connect far more with just little things like that. It doesn't have to be like these epic stories of adventure and grandiose things. Sometimes it's those casual, just jolly vibes. That's what makes things. So we have an arduous trek to Freeport. And it's storming. I'm very concerned. Okay, there's a lot of corpses here, which tells me... Okay, good. We're free. This is the Kithakor Forest. It's infamous in Everquest. When night falls... See, look at this. Decaying Commander. It is infamous that when night falls, the undead come out here. And they're big, high-level, incredibly dangerous. And this is the way to get to Freeport from a lot of different places. So, like, if you're going from Rivervale, the home of the halflings, you have to take Kithakor Forest. If you're going from Kinos to Freeport, you can go a different way, but it's incredibly difficult. Actually, no. Your only options are to go through the Kithakor Forest. You'll have to either go through Rivervale or go through you go through the Runny Eye Citadel to get to Rivervale, or you have to go and take High Keep or High Pass Hold. I don't remember what it's called. And so it's very dangerous. That'll lead to the Kithakor Forest. Oh, it looks like it might be turning daytime, which is very helpful for me. What's the in-game time? It's 4 a.m. still night. Yeah, so it's just incredibly dangerous, and you're like, oh, this is great. The last leg of this is when things get incredibly dangerous. Now, just so you guys know, we do have... Whoa! Showcase4152, thank you for the subscription. Hi there, came from YouTube watching your Infocom text adventure videos. Love your enthusiasm and decided to support the stream for the good work you do. Showcase4152? Literally, hold on, I need to get to safety. This is incredibly dangerous, but... Thank you. Dude, that means a whole lot. And I'm glad you enjoyed the Infocom stuff. We used to be Fridays, but every Saturday now, we had to move it to Saturday because my good friend Nick, he's a teacher right now. And he's just burnt out on Fridays. He's better, more coherent on Saturdays for text adventures. So tomorrow at 9 p.m., we're starting Enchanter, which is considered a classic. I've never played Enchanter or the Enchanter series. I was injured by falling. This is terrifying. This is incredibly terrifying right now. I apologize. I've got to look, because right around here, there's typically a zombie guy that hangs out like right here. And you can easily get snagged by him too if you're not careful and paying attention. Once we get it right to here, we're good. To take a second. I really appreciate it so much. It means the world to me. Because, look, I've been streaming for so long, and it's not a bit. I'm not one of those people that's like, hey, everybody, make sure to like and subscribe. That's not what I do. That's not what I enjoy doing. That's not how I feel that people should be talked to or how we should present games. It should be a couch experience. I want you to be on the couch with me. You know, I want you guys to hang out. Like, that this is just a cool place to chill and enjoy and talk games, like, to enthuse. So, like, Showcase, you see the Infocom ones. Which ones did you watch? Which ones did you enjoy? I love all of those games, even though Suspended may have broken me emotionally. I still loved it. I am finding a lot of joy in text adventures, a thing that I always appreciated, but never took the time to dig into. I love parsers. Like, I love text parsers. I was a giant fan of Sierra games growing up in my youth. And I got really into Steve Moretsky's spellcasting series. As bawdy as it may be, I was a teenager at the time, so I was into bawdy things. But it was a really fun, actually enjoyable series that J.K. Rowling, may her name forever be cursed, ripped off of 100%. So much. But yeah, that's so nice of you, Showcase. Thank you so much. But I very much am enjoying this a lot and approaching it in a way. You watch Zork 1 and 2, Starcross. I'm currently halfway through Planetfall. Somehow, I can't get into the noir detective ones. Oh, really? I really enjoyed Deadline. The Witness, that's a little different. But Deadline is actually very good. I really enjoyed it. And, like, looking back on it, I view it a lot more fondly than I did at the time. The Witness is bad. It's not an enjoyable game. It's definitely the worst one we played. I didn't really like it at all. It just was poorly designed. It was very uninteresting. There was a whole lot going against it, just in terms of, like, just being interesting or engaging or doing something different. If you end up seeing the Suspended one, you will see me lose my mind. I lost my mind. Starcross I really, really enjoyed. And Planet... Oh, jeez. That's okay. It's a normal Puma. I'll just kind of go around the Puma. Amazed how you guys can do these almost completely blind with a few hints. I love them, though. The challenge is real. Yeah, so... It's strange. Well, it's because I always talk about dialing in on a game, right? Recognize, so it helps to one of the things that I did is when I used to play the Myst games, like I'm a giant fan of the Myst franchise in general. I think that hold on. Okay, differently. Just making sure. Oh, hey, I know them, I think. No, I don't know Ishmael. So, one of the things that I did when I played the Myst franchise is I went and looked at a guide to really understand the why. Right? To start to understand the context to the puzzles and to find out how they work and where those clues are to those puzzles to better understand them. And that has helped me dramatically in understanding how adventure games, and especially text adventure games, surprisingly, very much so with text adventure games, how they work. So we can pick up on those clues and we can start to understand what their intentions are. You know, what are the clues that they're leaving behind? How to identify those, and to then apply them. Also, Nick and I spend a lot of time outside of the stream talking about it. The logic behind the game itself. Exactly, because every developer works differently. And we've already started to really identify that. Like, we can very much tell the difference between Dave Lebling and Mark Blank, like, in how they design puzzles and games. And we can actually very much differentiate between what is a Dave Lebling and what is a Mark Blank puzzle in the Zork games. I'm very curious to know about Enchanter, though, and see how that plays out also. And, like, Steve Moretsky, he clearly has a style. And it is build the world first. He does it similar to kind of a Myst style, where it's all about contextualizing everything within a world. You craft the world, and then you build the puzzles around that world. And that's the key role. And I think that's really important. But it's been really interesting, and we haven't really gotten beyond those creators yet. You know, we've dabbled a little bit in like Suspended, but they've only made one so far. You know, so we still don't know their style yet because we've only seen one game. We haven't been able to find a trend. I played Mind Forever Voyaging, which was really the only Infocom game that I had actually played before this had happened. And I played the spellcasting series, so I very much picked up on Steve Moretsky's style, and it's so much fun. It's very enjoyable. So I'm glad you are enjoying it. We had a lot of fun. Zork 3 I did not like. I also didn't. That was another one that I didn't enjoy. I really liked Zork 2 a lot. I thought Zork 1 was actually really good, a lot better. But it very much ingrained in my brain the necessity to play games with other people. And, like, what we're doing here, right now... Rest in peace, Yuta. I'm sorry, buddy. You weren't paying attention. Oh, no, he's gonna be just fine, never mind. You're just gonna tank it like a pro. Understand the logic behind games work together communally. Streaming, I've always been like, share your experiences with other people. Like, talk it out. Where I very much prefer discussing games with other people than looking at a wiki for answers, right? For like, hey, where's this thing? What do I do here? That sort of stuff. And I've always believed in that, but it wasn't really until... Because I was also very much a streamer who was like, let me figure it out on my own, you know? I don't want any help. I can do it, it's fine. But earlier in the year, in January, I played Outer Wilds, which I legitimately consider to be the best game I've ever played. It was absolutely brilliantly designed in a way that I've never really seen other games do it. And that was a situation where everybody in chat hadn't played the game. And so we're all like, what do we do here? Like, what is this? What does this mean? What does this represent? How does this fit into the bigger picture? You know, what sort of stuff should we experiment with? And everybody's working together. My good friend Lapilakos was like really into this game. And I was like, this is the best way to play this game. For me. Again, I don't want to ever make the assumption that it's the best way for everybody. Everybody's different. But then we went and played Callahan's Cross Time Saloon, a delightful adventure game. And it was super good, but in the its help menu, it literally states like, hey, play with other people when playing this game. This should be a group experience. Have everybody working together to understand these puzzles and shoot ideas back and forth because everybody gets a different perspective. And I took that to heart. It came just a couple months after Outer Wilds, and I took it really to heart. Sorry, I'm getting a bind here in this area, so that way if I die, I respawn here, because I'm going to be spending some time here. I don't want to take the boat every time I die. And so it was just magical. It was transformative. And then my good friend Nick, who is my co-host in the Literate Pixel podcast, he had to stay with us because his mom was in really bad health, and she sadly passed away. He had to stay with us because he was in Philadelphia at the time. And he's like, you know what I really want to play? I want to play Zork. I want to see what that's like. Because he's not big into video games. Like, he plays them kind of casually. Just like a very casual player of games. And he was like, maybe text adventures are the type of thing that are going to be the thing for me. I love reading. I love academia. That sort of stuff. Maybe a text adventure is what's going to really click with me. I want to try Zork 1. And I was like, all right, let's do it. I've attempted to get into Zork 1 before in my life. And failed miserably. I was like, I didn't have the patience. I also hadn't got the right organization. At that point, I wasn't dialed into the game in those times that I attempted to play it. And so I was like, okay, perfect. You're at the helm, Nick. I'm making the maps and taking the notes for us. We handle those puzzles together. And it absolutely 180. It was a 180. It changed so much in how I perceived the game, how I approached the game, and how I understood it. It was so great. It was so magical. I loved it so much. Who is here right now? Nobody's here. So we just gotta wait for somebody. I guess I could kill some orc pawns. They're not gonna be of any threat to me here. Well, it'll give me some reputation. So, yeah, play with other people. Enjoy each other's company. There's nothing quite like it. Oh, I do not have my sword equipped. I can't hit for the life of me right now. Fight! Those guys don't give us any XP, but what they do is give us reputation. So when we kill them, our reputation with the people of Freeport are getting better. See if anybody's shown up. Nope, it's just me and up a tree. Another bard. He's a half-elf bard. I was gonna sell this stuff real quick. Because I'm kind of way down by things. I might go head to the tunnels then instead of waiting for somebody here to bind me and get somebody to make the stuff for me. What are we selling? Just some random stuff. Hi, Nick. How's it going? It's good to see you, my friend. I was just talking about how our experiences playing video games together has been transformative and life-changing. Oh, I do not want to sell that. That is not... No. He also fished out 2 sandals. He's like, here, I think these are yours. I think you lost these. This one I can sell. The Worn Great Staff. I don't know who to get the pickaxes to. I think somebody takes them. I'm positive somebody takes them. Grubs. Tussie loved some grub. I know you did, Nick. I know you did. Nick hated them, but Tussie loved them. Oh, Tussica. You missed it. I was in Rivervale earlier, Nick. Also, Nick, someone in chat, Showk4152, has been watching. They came in from watching our Infocom text adventure playthroughs and wanted to let us know that they love them. That made my day. That has made my day. All right, let's go to we'll go to the tunnels and get a tunnel fat cat to try and make us a thing. I also, by the way, was playing some Halo Infinite today. I got my weeklies done at way ahead of time. The weekly challenge is done. I now have a very ugly lime green and pink sniper rifle. I don't drop the grapes. Who is here right now? Lots of people. Oh, let's go see the tunnel fat cats. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Logwin. I appreciate it. I am low on food. Let's go say hi to the tunnel fat cats. So this is one of those situations for those who've never been privy to the culture of Everquest. So typically in the game, evil races aren't welcome in good cities. Good races aren't allowed in evil cities. But there's one city in particular that is a big middle ground for people, and that's Freeport. It's the connection between Fadewar, which is a huge island, unlike where Kinos has the port to Otis, the island of Otis, which is just the erudites, home of the erudites, and nobody else. Freeport's the home of leads to the Fadewar, which is homes of the Wood Elves, the High Elves, the Dwarves, the Gnomes, a whole bunch. And so they take the boat from there to Freeport. Evil races, they're close to here, right? In that direction, right there, leads to the Dark Elf City. It's like almost connected, right? You go through this tunnel and head south through these deserts, you end up at the Troll and Ogre cities. Not too far away in the grand scheme of things. So everybody meets here in these tunnels. There's no guards. And this is where everybody trades things. So yeah. Anyone to craft a true shot longbow? I have the materials. It's a free port. Exactly, Sakura. And so yeah, we're gonna spend some time here trying to get people to buy or to craft this for me while we wait. I don't have all the materials. Did I sell? I need to kill little spiders. Shit. Okay. I might have to go to a junk dealer. Somebody's gonna have some spiderling silk somewhere. I may have accidentally sold my one thing of spiderling silk. I'm gonna take this booze though, and I'm gonna drink it. Blink. So we have the wire. We have the micro server. I should put those in like the small bag so that we don't lose them. The planing tool goes in there as well. Yeah, so I need to kill some spiders, some little spiderlings, to get some spiderling silk. Do you have the priors for the UQ1? It was my first MMO and I was 13. I wanted it because of the box art and got it for my birthday. And my dad realized after I installed it that I had to pay extra money to play per month. Shokay, I wish I did. I had... Look, Twitch and their uploads to YouTube are problematic. Sometimes it double posts, sometimes it doesn't post at all. Those are sadly lost to time. I wish they were. I will have these ones uploaded, though, for sure. We've made ourselves a Wood Elf Bard. He's only a couple levels. He's not too beefy. We're gonna go see if we can buy some Spiderlane silk off some people. Can I get a bind, please? Somebody, can I get a bind? Hello? Can I get a bind? Anybody? Bind? Hello? Bind? Can I get a bind? Can I get a bind? Who's here? Vitola might be able to. I can bind you. Logwin. Yes. Thank you so much. I'm at the Freeport gates. If you are able, stop by. I would greatly appreciate it. Did Tussie have that spell, or could I just bind myself? You could bind other people too, Nick. Yes. On my way. I got it, Nick. I got it. Don't you worry. So we'll probably then head into a little darker territory. It's daytime now, so we may head out to the Kithakor Forest in an attempt to get some Spiderlane silk. We'll buy some supplies. I need food and drink because I'm low on that stuff, but I mean, I got plenty of drink, if you know what I'm saying. So we'll see how this goes. He's coming. Thankfully, Logwin is coming. So Ugnoth on my friends list there is the person who I was role-playing with on the way to the docks. It was nice. Here comes Logwin. Logwin! What? Who is this? Who's Logwin? Thank you kindly. Who is Logwin? Thank you very much. Thank you. It is greatly appreciated. Bow. The honor. Honor is all mine. So now I need to find me a Bowyer. A Fletcher. You wouldn't happen to know Fletcher. You wouldn't happen to know a Fletcher, would you? I'm full up now. I do not. That is your quest. A quest I will gladly take. Thank you once again. Oh, that makes my day. Thank you, Logwin. Whoever you are out there. It is much appreciated. I got some food. I got some water. I got some Spiderlane silk. That's... Oh, my day has been made. The kindness knows no bounds. Listen, folks. I've said it time and time again. Let's talk a minute about internet communities. All right? This has been one of the most interesting topics that I've found a lot of people have when playing video games. I don't play multiplayer games. The community is toxic. I don't play MMOs. The community is toxic. I don't play that first-person shooter. The community is toxic. Let me tell you something. I have found my experiences when you come in with this mindset of the community is toxic. you will respond with toxicity when you go into those places, when you have that in your head, in your mindset, the world is toxic, and you feed into that. I was a big fan of you're part of the community. Exactly. Because guess what? 9 times out of 10, there are some exceptions where the community is legitimately toxic. That everywhere you go, you can't escape it. All right? League of Legends was a game that was disability overload says maybe. Well, listen, hear me out. There are some exceptions to that rule. Not everything's the case. Here is the thing. For instance, I played Sea of Thieves. I played it constantly. Really big into Sea of Thieves at the time. A game that is, quote-unquote, notorious for being toxic. If Lepilikos is in the stream right now, he can attest. Our experiences in that game going together, not even remotely the case. We had found, in our journey to hitting Pirate Legend, right, that we had come across one toxic encounter where people were just a mess. There are people who were PvPing and being pirates, right? And being like, gotcha, and that sort of thing, right? Come here, you little fucker. Like that sort of thing. And we weren't mad about it. We didn't respond in toxicity. And they may have beaten us. We're like, hey, guys, good game. Like, awesome. Like, enjoy the treasure. We responded not like, fuck you. Not mad about it. That we lost. Or that this place is toxic. They're just always trying to take from us. And they're always trying to ruin our fun. Right? And those people were like, hey, man, good job. And everything like that. You want to bring your ship around? Like, we'll split the treasure. It's like, awesome. That's great. Or people like having a grand time, or we make fun in that situation, where we do silly things and go out of our way to be engaging to them. Some of my best memories are from losses, where we had this boat we had chased down. We were hunting on this boat. It was loaded, like every inch of their deck was treasure, and we were just chasing them. And then it was like they hit an explosive barrel. The Kraken came up over them. They were screwed. We, on the outskirts of the Kraken, sunk them. Took their stuff. By the time we got half of our boat loaded up with their treasure, they were back on us and chased us. A big fight ensued. We lost. And we're like, you got us. And they're like, hey, man, they're like, the stuff would have sunk by the time we got there. You saved most of our treasure. We appreciate that. And I'm like, yeah, you guys want us to walk the plank? Like, we would be honored to make you walk the plank. So they made us walk their plank and shoot us down. And it was a blast. But a person would respond typically with a fight is ensuing. They're coming to kill us. They're mean. And they're bad people. And it's like, no, they're people who are playing a game. And if you feed into it being just fun, guess what happens? It ends up being fun. Even in loss, right? Where we spent hours. There was a situation where we were doing a story quest, and it was 2 hours. We're at the very end, and we needed to use this explosive barrel that was also a key to a dungeon, right? And we're sailing to where that lock is for that. One of our crew members didn't realize that it would do this, threw a Molotov cocktail, and it hit the barrel, and it exploded, and we lost the key. We'd have to start all over again. Wasted 2 hours. But guess what? Didn't get mad about it. We put that person through a lot of things. Put him in the brig. We made him, get hit in the face with our own vomit, and just fill his own bucket full of vomit and pour it on himself. These sorts of things. Shoot him out of a cannon. And so, like, when people come in with this mindset, a lot of times, those people that you see as being toxic, not always, again, not always. Some people are just really unhappy people. But sometimes those people that you perceive as being toxic are also those people who say, this community is toxic. Like, I don't like that this community is toxic. But they're feeding into that toxicity. They're not intentionally trying to do so. And it's just important to remember that when you engage in these sorts of communities, that you aren't toxic. You don't have to be. And you don't have to respond with that vitriol. And typically, when you don't, these other people make a complete and utter change in how they behave. Because they then realize, this person isn't an enemy. This is a person. And you do silly things. You do ridiculous things, over the top things. You mess with them in a lighthearted way. And those people change on a dime. They change on a dime. And they're no longer, it diffuses that situation dramatically. It's really wild. It's wild. It's wild. And I found that to be the case. Ooh, look at that shield. That's a cool shield. That's the case in all communities. And that's the case in like Everquest. I found that the majority of people are super helpful, very nice, very kind, very patient, and very helpful. In a situation where people are always like, the Everquest people are toxic. They're all, grinding horrible tunnel fat cats. It's like, that's not the case. Those types of people that are super toxic, like raiders in the raid culture, is very different than the community, right? Those ones who are like, you're putting in your 60 hours a week, and you must be at this level with this gear in order to participate in these raids that we are doing. That's not the community. That's the hardest of the hardcore. And those people live in their own little bubble. They keep to themselves. They stay within their guilds. They do their own thing. That isn't reflective of the community. That isn't reflective of things that we will typically interact with, And so we should never be in a situation where we view the most hardcore people as everything. It's such a microcosm. It's like saying speed running is video games. That the speedrunning community is the video game community. It's not. It's not even remotely. It's interesting. It's so interesting. I need to make a separate chat window. New chat window. Let's make you tiny. We'll throw it over here. Hold on, move this over. Tiny chat window. And you are going to be auction. Auction's going there. Ooh, got some water. More beer. Boink. Gotta drink it. You gotta. People, clean up your bears. People, clean up your bears. Look, see this bear? Clean it up. If you don't want the meat, throw it away. Let the stuff decay. It's not important. A PSA. Clean up your bears. You don't want the ruined pelts? That's fine. There's a destroy button. Cleaning up your bears, thank you very much. Okay. So now I've got that stuff sequestered, because we'll get auctions just going to spam into this then, and I don't have to deal with it. But we'll just, from time to time, check in and see if we can get people to get our stuff made for us. We can kill some pumas while we wait. kill blue things and stuff like that. Just grind it out. People, clean up your bears. Exactly, BitTroop. You gotta clean up your bears. What are you doing? Like, look, you got bears, right? You have bears. Everybody has bears. But what you need to do, what's important, is that you clean up your bears. Clean up your bears. Stunned. I am so happy and thankful for the Skin Like Diamond buff. Also, I'm reading the typography book and have not had the same luck as me. You haven't found all the adult games, Nick? The typography on all the adult games? You're just not doing it right, my friend. Love you, Nick. Yeah, it's going to be a long while until somebody answers our call for this, Ooh, there's a bear, though, while we're waiting. It is gorgeous, Nick. Yeah, so Nick gifted me, as part of our Christmas episode for the Literate Pixel podcast, Nick and I are going to be reviewing some books that we gifted each other. And one of the things that... So he got me this book on typography, video game typography. Arcade game typography, I think, more specifically. And I got him a book on interactive fiction. A really fantastic, like, academic book on the history and development of interactive fiction. And, like, I flipped to a random page, and it was, like, a hentai mahjong game typography. And then I look at another one, and it was, like, a strip poker mahjong, or strip poker arcade game typography. And, like... I was like, oh my gosh. What are the odds? The IF one, not the, Twisty Little Passages is what I got you, Nick. Yay, Nick, you found one. Trying harder worked. See? I told you. You just gotta try harder, my friend. That's all it takes. That's all I ask of you, is that you try harder. Alright, Orc 2 group, looking for more. Tell Badoon I'm a newbie. What level is that? No. Yeah. I'm a newbie. What level do you need for that? Bed. Giant scarab. There's a puma. Like level 9. Ah, shucks. Shucks. Maybe next time. Just a measly level 7. There's a strangely charming documentary about IF called Get Lamp. Have you seen it? Yes, Hash. Absolutely. So, here's a story. I had finished watching Get Lamp in its entirety when it had come out. And I was really interested in making an IF at the time. And I emailed the creator of Get Lamp and Jason Scott. And he replied like right away, and was like, "Hey, do you have a mud client? Like, I'll hook you up." And I was like, "I'm available now." Young me, 26-year-old me. And he was like, "Okay, go to this address, and I'll meet you there." And it was a mud for an interactive fiction community of creators and stuff like this, and they had a little mush. Where they like had sections dedicated to TADs and to Inform, like little areas dedicated to it and talking about it and stuff like that. And he was super nice, super friendly, like nicest guy in the world. And it was like, yep, these are all the people. And everybody look at him. He's really interested in interactive fiction and inspired by the documentary. And everybody say hi and help him out. It was really nice. Young me did not realize that I have many instances in my life given a whole lot of opportunities to do some really awesome things, and I never took those opportunities. I never followed through, and I can safely say that adult me is looking back at those things and being like, I'm not going to do that again. Like, I'm not going to kind of just flake out on that stuff. When given those opportunities, I need to take advantage of that stuff. Sakura says, there's a movie called Try Hard. Not a parody, though. There should be a parody of Die Hard called Try Hard. Absolutely, there should be. There should absolutely be a parody of Die Hard called Try Hard. I mean, technically, there is a parody of Die Hard. There was a Netflix movie that was a comedy from the guys who did, I think it was Workaholics. They put out a movie that was very much like a Die Hard, but with stoner people. It was very entertaining. Bitchum says, live soft. Live soft or die hard. I'll take that. I'll sell it. Bear. Oh, he's a green bear. A green bear? So yeah, loved Get Lamp. You can check it out. It's worth seeing. It's definitely worth seeing. It's fantastic. And they put up unedited full interviews of certain people, like the woman who made the Infocom game Plundered Hearts, and with Mark Blank. And it was really interesting. It was all super, super interesting. Live Soft sounds like an anti-Viagra commercial. Sign me up. Anti-Viagra. So, yeah. Just, it's weird to talk about, game design and to talk about game communities. And to not understand that it comes with our own personal baggage. To get back onto the topic of, like, toxic communities. The same thing is on how we view genres of games and how we view fan bases. So, for instance, right? People are always like, the console wars. Great topic, right? Console wars. Why are they still a thing? They're still a thing because people believe that the console wars are still a thing. Not necessarily that... So you would find that a lot of those people who get on the internet, getting grumpy, talking trash to each other, those people in their head are not these dedicated fanboys that they present themselves to be. They aren't. But they believe that this stuff is still a thing, that there are people still engaging in the console wars, and this thing that they like, they perceive everyone else as being perpetrators of the console wars, those people that are proliferating it. Everyone else is doing that, not them. They're defending things and saying, no, that stuff is not, I love the PS4. The PS4 is the best system. You guys are all console war people, but not realizing that mine's the best and not understanding that they are actually just feeding into it. It's really interesting. It's these preconceived notions about how things work and how people work. And it's this wild cycle. It's so strange. It's so strange. I've never fully understood it, but after engaging with these people enough and talking, I'm getting my butt kicked by this rattlesnake right now. Am I going to beat it? It's white, but it's doing a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, I'm poisoned too. I may die. Ooh, 6 points of damage on the poison tick? Oh, we might run. We might run. Yeah, we're running. We're running. We're making a run to the guard. Turn off my auto attack. Run to the guard. Yeah, in EQ, they're assholes. Hello, Guard Reskin. Can you please save me? You're not going to say, oh, there we go. Thank you. You saved me. Thank you for the kick. Thank you for the kick. I appreciate it. I'm going to sit down and ice my wounds. That was grotesque. Whew. Let's sing a song about how strong I am. Oh, I had to be standing to cast it. Never mind. So yeah, like, it's so strange to see people behave that way. An actual rattlesnake is just trying to get left alone. Well, I did attack it, though, Nick. An actual rattlesnake's going to be very upset that somebody is attempting to stab it. You know? But I did stab the rattlesnake 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 times. I stabbed a rattlesnake 18 times. I kind of deserve it. Who's helping me right now? Who's doing this? They're healing. Thank you for the heal and the regeneration. They're too nice. They're sneaky. They're sneaky, whoever they are. The invisible benefactors. Ooh, bear. They know they can't beat you in the short term. You may also die from their venom, but you will definitely kill them first. This is true, Nick. You're very true. But now with the regeneration, we can absolutely take some higher level things. We should probably emphasize fighting some weight stuff and, yeah, like the giant scarab. Going after that stuff because we still have this regeneration, which is going to be helpful. Use it, because if you don't use it, you lose it. And that is very true. We have the defense. We have the regeneration. I spent all of my money getting these materials. One day I'm going to get it. One day I'm going to get somebody to buy this or craft this thing for me. If anybody has got a skill in fletching that is good, let's make it. Your character's a bard, correct? Or did I just remember? He is in fact a bard. Yes. I am a bard. Singer of songs. I can still attack while casting spells, which is nice. When they stun you, it stops you from singing. I'm trying to make a true shot longbow so that I could sell it for some money. I have all the materials, Modwolf. All of them. I did the quests and everything to get the stuff that I need to make it. Morning, Simon. How's it going? And by the way, welcome, Modwolf. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. And so, yeah, I have all the stuff you need. I just need somebody with a good fletching skill to put it in the thing and hit the craft button. That's it. That's all I need. And also for them to listen to an overly dramatic retelling of my adventure. Like, that's part of it, right? I'm going to sell this thing for a discount. Are you invincible? This game's just going to town on you. Somebody buffed me with regeneration. Disability over says, lol. Lol, yep. So, yeah, my goal is, if you are going to buy this thing, at a discounted price, because I looked at, like, its recent sales. It's like 300 platinum, 350 platinum, which is huge. I'm going to be like 250 platinum, but you have to listen to the story. You gotta listen to the tale. You have to listen to the tale of how I got this. The island of very randy warrior women who are devout followers of Erelisimar? Yes, the daughters of Erelisi were very horny. Disability over is like, hey, I'm with them. Hey. So the daughters of Erelisi, I had to stay there and buy a bunch of nut. I had to get a bunch of nut from them. And living with the gnomes for an extended period of time, trying to get them to like me to no avail. Hunting kobolds by the thousands, just to get them to like me for a second. Couldn't get them to like me. I can't hit a puma if my life depended on it right now. What in the world? Hit the dang puma! I am living reckless right now. Reckless abandon. But yeah, so like, again, for those who are like veterans of Everquest, who are lurking and watching, please understand, I am not. I have casually played Everquest for like 5 years from time to time. The highest level I've ever gotten was level 16, which I just recently got back over the summer when I played with my friend Nick, Archaeobotanist in chat. That was as far as I've ever gotten in this game, level 16. So like, I know some of the basics of the game. Oh, I don't want to fight the mummy, that is death. But I've never experienced much of the game, nor do I understand larger group experiences or hunting in dungeons. Like Nick and we did a casual dungeon experience of being like the first floor of Runny Eye. Like, that's as experienced as we've been, you know? We never really dug deep into the game world. So, I'm just going to sell the pickaxe. I don't need it right now. I'm not grinding for reputation. Okay, we got our stuff. And so, yeah, I'm not an experienced player in the least. One of the reasons why I desperately want to spend more time in this game and get to experience more of the world, and it's just overall, like, the stuff it's trying to do some dungeons, that sort of thing. Be part of a community. Forge my own. I'd love to make a good casual role-playing group. One that is more about existing in the world than being the protagonist. Everybody look at me, I'm so strong and smart. And doing some cool stuff with that. A whole new world. But also the lore. I love the lore. A new fantastic point of view. Killing the black bears without a care and selling all their pelts. A whole new world. It's filled with pumas round the bend. Beware the lesser mummies. They're kind of crummy. They'll sneak up and just slaughter you real fast. Showcase says just as I remembered it. Exactly. Showcase, if you're ever interested in playing again, you can. This is Project 1999. It is a fan server that is sanctioned by the rights holders of Everquest. And it is just Everquest up to its first 2 expansions. So Ruins of Kunark and Scars of Elias. Fantastic. Original experience. And I I was no stranger to MMOs as a kid. I grew up with Underlight, which, oh man, I should definitely stream at some point. That would be, oh, you don't want me to do that. My poor heart will explode. Underlight was such a phenomenal MMO. I'm a lover of dead MMOs, so like, for me, I very much enjoy virtual worlds. So it's exploring these places, and MMOs are a prime example, especially older ones, are a prime example of making a digital space and building adventure around that digital space. It's not, you know, we have this handcrafted story for you. Follow us as we go along the ride. You know, you get in your cart. It takes you on the tracks. You experience an awesome experience. There's nothing wrong with those. Again, I don't think those are bad. But MMOs, older ones at least, were very much like, just exist in this world. Explore it. We're not going to tell you what to do. There's no wrong thing to do. And so for me, that is one of the most enticing offers that you can give me. It doesn't just apply to games. It also applies to digital spaces. Is it known why Everquest's quests are so multi-layered? Who is behind them? And where are they now? Simon, that is a very fantastic question, one with which I will give you an answer momentarily while I go stand by a guard for safety. Because we're in Everquest right now. Everything is trying to kill me. The answer to that, they didn't make all of them, but there is a person who was responsible for a huge portion of the quests. I will get that name for you shortly, because I just recently... I will share this stuff in the Discord, because I've been watching these obsessively. This YouTube channel, A Loving Robot, is what the channel's called. It's got 1.24 thousand subscribers. And they were a developer on Everquest during post Scars of Elias, and interviewing and talking to lots of developers and people who worked on Everquest, and like just reminiscing. It's very much like, hey, we all worked together. What a crazy time. Not like, I'm doing a formal interview. They took questions from people in chat. They stream and stuff like this. It's really, really great. But the person who did all of the quests, the majority of them, a big bulk of them, would have been, let me find them. They interviewed them, and I watched this interview. It was really great. Tony Garcia. He did a whole bunch of work on quests. Monsters and Memories says, Jaloghead. Ooh, I like that. This is a long and important story. Brad McQuaid. Simon says, I was just watching something about cargo cults and the idea of software cargo cults, companies who made copies or clones of programs with features without exactly knowing why. This is popular, copy this, which is why so many MMOs tried to copy WoW. Everything needed factions and crafting and PvP, even if it was never built for balance. Welcome, by the way, Jaloghead. It is a pleasure to have you. So yeah, Tony Garcia seems... Did I say Tony Garcia? Yeah, Tony Garcia is the guy who made a whole lot of this stuff. Like, he even talks about Tumpy's Tonics and his like stuff in the Dwarves. That's where he and a bunch of developers would always meet up after having adventures and questing and like hang out. And like they loved the Iron Toes. It's really interesting. Now, Socrates says Brad McQuaid, absolutely the heart and soul of Everquest is in Brad with Brad McQuaid. 100%. The heart and soul. It's not just him, but definitely the guy who is like, you need downtime. You need moments to rest. You need these things, you know. And this slower pace developing so that you can have social interactions with people and baking in design. I know he sadly passed away. That is an absolute shame. Baking into design ways for people to interact with each other and rely on each other and how vital that is. And what's interesting is in those interviews, there's a lot of people who talk about how they strongly disagree with that idea. And how they're like, you know, not saying like Brad McQuaid was bad. They're like, he's a visionary and truly fantastic. But he had very strong feelings about certain things that we didn't think was conducive to like player accessibility. You know, and I'm like, but I'm with him. I'm with him. There are certain things I do think that you can be too accessible to players. That you can, in that regard. I'm not talking, you know, not being accessible in terms of your, like, making it inaccessible for people with disabilities. Not saying that. I'm saying more quality of life. Not having a lot of those quality of life things, stripping those away so that players can rely on each other and force people together. Because I think that's important, especially in an MMO. And it was so interesting to hear them talk about that and be like, no, I don't agree with the downtime idea, that shouldn't be a thing. And I'm like, it should so be a thing. There is something about... Sakura mentions Vanguard. Interesting, Sakura. I did not play Vanguard. Actually, that's a lie. I have played about an hour of Vanguard. There is a private server out there, and I have dabbled. So it was a huge, beautiful, empty world. I am very curious. So another wonderful viewer, Xanadude, goes by many names, but Xanadude is one of them, is a big fan of Vanguard. Also classic Everquest. We played some at the beginning of the year together too. And he made me privy to the Vanguard private servers and stuff like that. So I dug into it, and it's really interesting. He loves Everquest. I'm with him in this love. Nixie. I have not had the experience that he has had, or the experience that so many of the veterans of Everquest have had. But the love and enthusiasm that a lot of those people have, I've got it. I've matched it. I see the magic. Look, okay? Look, there are channel point rewards right now where we will go through and read an entry from the Tabletop RPG Monster Manual. Like, I read a book set in the Everquest universe. It was terrible. Horrifyingly terrible. But I read it anyways. Wait. What now? You dated Xanadude. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is. And what I'm doing right now, not the most fun, but like 10 years ago, awesome. But Everquest is fantastic. It's not for everybody, and I get this. I do. Like, nobody gets that like I get it. Yes, Edgar, I made it to East Commons, waiting to find myself a Fletcher. Any Fletcher? Anyone out there? Skilled in Fletcher? Willing to craft something for me? I have the mats. Yeah, I made it to East Commons. I'm bound at Freeport right now, Edgar. And we're trying to get somebody to make the True Shot Longbow. When I first started playing Everquest around 18 or 19, I felt like the game I'd always been waiting for. That's one of those things, right, Hesh? Like, so you also came from like a background of MUDs and early online games, right? So like we were already kind of introduced to this concept. I have said that Everquest very much has a graphical MUD mentality. Your background is mud. You know, muds. Multi-user dungeons. And one of the things that I've noticed is that I had said that this game feels like a graphical mud. That it feels so much like a mud. And what's interesting is that there was actually some like lawsuit issues where people believed that they actually took code from a mud and put it into Everquest. They didn't, but people thought they did. It was very much because there's so many features in how things worked. Hello, Puma. I'm here to kill you. Game controls like mud. Bogus Meat Factory. Put that on the review. And so, yeah. For those who've never experienced a mud before, it's a text-based online game. So it's a text-based MMO where you go from room to room, you fight monsters, you roleplay, you interact with the world, there's quests, all that fun stuff. And they took a lot of concepts from MUDs and how they behaved because they were inspired by those things. Inspired greatly by those things and world design and how we interact with NPCs and that sort of thing. It's really super interesting. Play MUDs. Some are great, some are not. That is a strange topic. MUDs. My white whale is VR1 Crossroads. I'll never get to see that game again. And it hurts my soul so much. So much. It was a beautiful game. VR1 Crossroads was a game designed by a company called VR1. They mostly did kind of like racing games and that sort of stuff. But they were lies and fabrications. Crossroads was a game that they were trying to sell to AOL in the service. AOL didn't take it, and they decided to just kind of put it out there for testing. It wasn't completely finished. They run out of money, but a huge portion of this game was done. There was just some districts in the city proper. It was a modern setting MMO. Very World of Darkness-ish, or trying to be something kind of like it. And what you would do is you run a modern city setting, and based on what organization you picked organizations, and they determined what your class were. It's just a weird different way to say your class. There were like 20 to choose from. Each one of them had a very distinct goal in what they wanted to achieve. You would earn points for that guild by doing certain things. And it had a graphical user interface, but it was all text and had music and sound. And so one guild would be like, you need to gather blackmail of certain NPCs. So you talk to these NPCs, you learn about what makes them tick. You're doing quests for other people to try to understand what you needed to procure to blackmail these characters, these NPCs, and use them to gain status. And there'd be other guilds that have a similar conflicting goal. But then there'd be other ones that are like, you need to control these places of power. There'd be certain places within the city that would be a font, a wellspring of magical activity. And what that meant was you had to sleep there. And if you slept in that spot, you would go to the world of dreams. It would be a very different place. And at first, the world is very manic. Every room that you went into would be like a different setting, a different thing. But you'd have to find your way to the city. And then things become a little more defined. The dream world is more sensical at that point. And there was another MMO world that you exist in and try to do quests and have like more fantastical adventures, right? But your body was still in the real world. And there were other people competing to have those fonts of power. So you'd have to have other people who'd be awake protecting your body. Because if somebody attacked you, you'd wake up. You need to spend some time there. You'd be getting stuff and accruing like points and stuff. It's really interesting. And not only this, but also phones. Everybody had a cell phone. It was a unique number, and you had a real name, and you had a call sign. Everybody knew by like a base description of what you looked like. So if somebody saw you who was a stranger, a black-haired, frail-looking man, but then when you talk to them, you can give them your call sign. They now see you and define you as what your call sign is. But you could also tell them your true name. And so now they would see you by your true name as well. And they could 411 you. They could dial 411 and look up your phone number. Or you could just tell them your phone number. There's no /tell. So you would have to rely on interacting with people to be able to contact them. Super interesting. But people could steal your phone. They knock you out. They can loot from you. They can take your phone. They can pose as you over the phone. Like Mr. Anderson, a pale computer nerd who goes into the dream world and goes by the name Neo. Exactly, Simon. And so it was so there's this crazy duality, and certain things like how you dressed and these sorts of things gave you access to different parts of the city, clubs and that sort of stuff. It had a graphical card game that you could play and interact with and play with other people at taverns and stuff, which was a lot of fun. It was a really fun card game that was actually very well designed. But like things like spying and eavesdropping were incredibly important. One organization, like their goal was to eat as many brains as possible. That was it. They would sustain themselves from PvP and eating people's brains. There was a crime system and like going to jail for like trying to break into places, custom player housing. It was a really ambitious game, and one that was absolutely fantastic. I really cannot stress enough how amazing and unique it was and how uniquely it was designed. And then it got sold to a bunch of different companies, and it all disappeared. Got shut down, and we never heard from it again. It's gone. It's lost to time. You will never see that game again. Ever. Which really started my giant crusade of exploring virtual spaces like these, recognizing the beauty and wonder in them, appreciating them and the communities that keep them alive, and trying to find all of them. Find these other MMOs that are interesting, that one guy in his garage is keeping alive. The stuff like Castle Infinity, the 2D young adult MMO that's a puzzle platformer where you're saving dinosaurs while learning Esperanto. That's important to me. The Matrix Online, an MMO that I very much love, and I cannot wait to see that come back. Super important to see come back. Everquest Online Adventures. I know a lot of the diehard Everquest people, they're kind of split on this. Some of them are like, never. I will never play that game. Where others are like, I loved it. It was fantastic. It sounds a bit like the initial scope of old Blizzard's Project Titan. Simon, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And it worked so well. And then also recognizing these beautiful, wonderful MMOs that still even exist today, but they have a diehard, very small, tight-knit community. We're talking the Meridian 59s, the Underlights, that sort of stuff. Hesh says, I never tried EQOA, but I would. That one I played a little bit more than I did EverQuest, but again, I had older brothers. They hogged things. We didn't have access to high-speed internet. It was only dial-up, and it was long distance for us at the time. Because we lived out in the country. There was nothing. How to go wrong with some classic EQ. Matawi, how's it going? It's good to see you, my friend. Can't go wrong with classic EverQuest. You're 100%, 1,000% correct. EverQuest Online Adventures, Hesh, is being brought back. the people who are working on it, I think it's EQOA Revival is the folks putting it together, I believe. They've gotten the world to be explorable with other people, but combat and things like this are still being worked on, and there are people who have to hand place all the mobs and use guides and stuff like this to get the quest information and build that stuff by hand. It's a long, difficult process, but they're working on it. People are working on it tirelessly. It's really interesting. I'd love to play it too. It was fun. It was really good. I mean, it takes place, the prequel to EverQuest. So it's this world long before. The Erudites haven't left for Otis. In the expansion they have, there is an expansion to it. And it's really interesting. A lot of people are just like, they have EverQuest. Why would they need that? And they're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Hail, Lucidian. Oh, thank you for the buffs. Thank you kindly. I greatly appreciate it. Lucidian. So nice. Look at these people. So kind with the buffs. Is it before the Deserts of Ro? I can. I hope to. Thank you. That's a great question. I don't know. What was happening during the time when before the Desert of Ro? Time-wise. Like, where is that in the history of EverQuest? Tell me about the formation of the Desert of Ro, because I actually don't even know. I'd love to know. The elves used to live there. I don't think so. Let me look. Ooh. I have the guide on my phone still, I think. Let's see. Desert Ro is still there in EverQuest Online Adventures. It's not too far in the past. The Desert Ro is still intact. It's like, 100 years, 500 years, or whatever in the past. Bear? Wait, bear. Hey, quit it. I'm on the phone. So things are, and they are trying to keep it like true to the original game as best as they can. Patching together what little videos that people have of playing the game, like for dialogue and quest information and like how that stuff really goes down, to keep things as true as possible. But there's no way to get it 100% because a lot of that stuff was happened on server side, so they didn't have access to that stuff. Which is a shame. Maybe they'll find it. Maybe they have. I don't know the specifics anymore. It's been a while since I've checked in on them. But I do know that it is still something in the works. That they're still working very hard on that stuff. How am I doing level-wise? I need someone to build this bow for me. Any Fletchers able to craft a true shot longbow for me? I have the bats. Please intel. Help a poor newbie who spent 3 days trying to do the dang quest. Holds up one finger at bear while taking a long drink. Hold on, bear. Hold on. What is this a reference to, Simon? This feels like a reference. What are you referencing? Tell me, what are you referencing? Still not hearing anything from anybody. Sterling Archer. Ooh. Archer's great. Great show. So yeah. expect there to be in the stream's time us visiting other MMOs as well. I want to see was it the quest? What is it called? Sierra's one that's not Shadows of Acerbius. Model says the desert was once the great Eldar forest, home to the elves of Norath. Legend states it was the most beautiful forest ever seen, and was burned by the god known as Celestic in spite of... I have a question. What's cooler? You tell me. The pronunciation of Tunair. I like to pronounce it Tunare, because it just sounds cooler. But it's Tunair, and it hurts. It makes me sad. I don't want it to be Tunair. I want it to be Tunare. And like Firiona VA instead of Firiona Vi. No, doesn't roll off the tongue. Edgar says, Bear walks into a bar. Bartender says, what'll it be? Bear says, I'd like a gin. And tonic. I love it. Sign me up. I'll sell your ruined bell pelts to the merchant down the way. I clean up after my mess. I don't know what to say. You should clean up after your corpses. Please don't leave them round. People trip on them. It smells. They want to get out of town. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that Tunare. Tunair? Tunare. I like Tunare. It sounds exotic. And dangerous, like the poison Curare. Bartender says, sure, buddy, but what's with the big pause? Zing, there we go. There we go, Edgar. I was just like, where's this going? What is happening right now? It says, I was just born with him. It's like, where is this? That's what's great. Thank you. Oh, Velociraptor 8. Thank you so much, Velociraptor. I like that name. That's a good name. Us people with good names, we know these things. That joke went from 0 to hero. Shoke, I'm with you 100%. That was just like, what is this? What are we doing right now? What is this? And then I was like, oh, we're doing this. Okay. Okay, I'm on. The bear joke is my favorite. Did it for the bear joke. Look, that's what happens in the channel, Velociraptor. That's just what happens. We talk bear jokes. Why not? There is a clip of me singing about climbing inside of a bear's butt while grinding for bears in Everquest. The Hercules earworm. Yes! Let's get fit. Not a lot of people want to be a Fletcher, it appears. Accidentally typed and hit enter. Good job, Nick. Why are you bothering Pumas? Look. All right, do you not see how close that puma got to the tunnel fat cats? If that puma somehow got near them, they're all AFK. They're running macros right now. No one's paying attention. That puma could wipe them all out, Simon. It could wipe them all out. A simple puma. At their max level avatars. Destroyed. Reduced to nothing. I'm saving the planet right now. They should give me a discount on some pauldrons. Have you not tasted the sweet meat of the puma? I didn't see you attack. It looked like you were just stalking and shadowing it. We're puma hunters. And bear hunters, too. Maybe you could skin it. I do. Attempt to, at least. So I have a question. For any of the other MMO enthusiasts lurking in chat, have you ever gone and played any other old school MMOs? Have you dabbled in like the people who really mod the MMO? The stuff who make like custom content for something like Everquest? Are those any good? Are those kind of meh? I'm very curious because I've experimented in some. And I've found them to be pretty meh. Simon's like, the oldest MMO I played is WoW. Oh, man. That hurts my soul, Simon. Never ventured into modded MMOs. Yeah, there's a lot. Like, Hesh says, I've played some and found them meh. That seems to be where I'm at. A lot of people like to think that, like, oh, I could make one. It'd be great. And it's like, Matawi says, I tend to move on after a while. 14 is my current home. I'm a wanderer Matawi at heart. I'm always a drifter. That's just how it is. I have wanderlust. Edgar says user created content is overrated. I kind of figured that was the case. I don't want to assume. It could be really, really good. Yeah, that's a blue shadow wolf. 'Cause like I see like Ultima Online has a lot of that. Ultima Online has just a bajillion fan servers that are all like customized to death. And I'm very much like I like to just play old Ultima Online. And they're like, yeah, there's the Renaissance one that just is up to the Renaissance expansion and nothing more, but nobody plays that. It's like, well, why not? They call him the Wanderer. He gets round and round. He's the Wanderer. What song is that, Sakura? The problem with songs is that I don't know the words to any song. Or at least I know the words. But I'm also terrible at knowing, or know the song, but I'm terrible at the lyrics. And I get them wrong. So wrong. Oh, Matawi, I'm the same. Secret World was fantastic. Of the linear story MMOs, it was super fun because it interwove the adventure game with it. You know, from Ragnar Tornquist's roots of, like, you know, Longest Journey and stuff like this. I very much appreciated its incorporation of really great adventure game elements that made it just so much more engaging. And also, my favorite thing was them having a place to roleplay, a theater, and being able to collect props and things for that stage theater so that you could put on performances and like really more elaborate stuff, you know, like stage effects and stuff like that. I loved that so much. Modwolf says the puzzles were so tough. I loved it. I loved them too, Modwolf. That was what's so fantastic. We aren't familiar with the work of Dion. I'm not familiar with the work of Dion. What is this? Hold on. Okay, Google Fi. I do not know this Dion that you speak of. He knows it when he hears it. I don't know if I will. Let's see. Let the Google Fi commercial end. Oh, okay. So yes. I am aware of this. Oh, geez, the mummy. Hi, mummy. No. Just the kind of guy. I wonder. Yeah. Yes, I do know the song. Where goes the pod? Oh no! Did it take it out? I did it for just a second. It was just a second. Did it really? Are we muted? Whoa, that was fast. Okay, we're fine now. All right, I was Okay, good. You can hear me? That's good. It was just a second. Come on now. Twitch? Twitch? I was making a joke about the bot getting muted. Okay, well, it has gotten muted of me playing Genesis games music before, which is really ridiculous. I haven't had any strikes, though. Secret World made me look up a book's IDSN. I had to learn written music. I had to learn Morse code. Look up how to interpret binary into alphanumeric. What's so great about that, Simon, is that there shall be no copyright violations in this Footloose. What's great, Simon, is that stuff that we have already experienced in other games. I mean, let me tell you all about a little game. A retail game that went by the name The Majestic. Majestic, or was it The Majesty? Was it Majesty? It's Majesty, I think. Majesty video game. No. Majestic video game? Let's see. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. That bear's running away. Come back here, bear. So that I might slay you. Oh, shit. What happened? Why did my auto attacker turn off? Attack the bear. Let me look it up. Ruined bear bolts. Let's see. What is it called? Now my brain's on this thing. Oh, no. Before I Heart Bee, I Love Bees. Long before that. Not Starship Titanic. Majestic. It is called Majestic. Yeah. Majestic is the name. I heard of I Love Bees. Yeah, before that, long before that, Simon, let me tell you about a little game called Majestic. It is, quite honestly, majestic. It is a game that was an ARG, an alternate reality game. It had a box. Burntwood, how's it going? It had a boxed, like store release. This would have been the early 2000s. And what it was is you gave them your phone number. You gave them your email address. All this information. And suck it, Slate. Busy packing boxes for the move. Good luck on the move, Burntwood. And so you would, and like your AOL Instant Messenger ID, your name for it, not your password, of course, but your AOL Instant Messenger. And what would happen is you'd have a mission, or a series of missions, really, right? First mission, you need to figure out the whereabouts of this person. They went missing, right? They've been kidnapped or something. I don't remember exactly the specifics of it. My brother played it. It was a long time ago. And, like, you would get a phone call at, like, 1 in the morning. You could have a setting where it was like, hey, I wake up at 8, you know? But you get a phone call at 1 in the morning. And it's a person be like, I don't know where I am. Find Dr. So-and-so. He'll have the answers. Help. Oh, God, they're coming. Like, that is what you would hear. And you'd have to remember that information. Like, search for that person. Find a website where he was an employee of a fake website and, like, email them. And then you'd get, like, a video response from them. Or an email response. And, like, talking to you, giving clues and hints of where to go next. And so there'd be just these checkpoints where if you hit that checkpoint, here comes the next big segment of the story. And all done, like, you'd be on your computer and you just get an AOL message from somebody. And it's like, if you want to know the whereabouts of such and such, contact me. This phone number. You know, don't be late. And you call it. So video response sounds a bit too advanced for the era. Well, what I mean by that, Simon, is that, like, you would send an email and then you would get a video message back that was a set thing. Like they would message you, you'd download a .mov or whatever, a QuickTime movie. What was the name of the game? That sounds amazing. Space Owl, that was Majestic. So it's just a pre-responded video that would give you the next bit of information. And but it would require you to do research on the internet, learn things about code breaking. It was huge. And again, it had a boxed retail release. And this would have been long before those sorts of things were even mainstream. You know, we've seen a lot of that stuff now. ARGs are not necessarily super popular in like the consciousness of culturally, but this was something wild and distinctively unique at the time. And so it was a once in a lifetime. You'll never get to see that again. By years and years and years. But it was super interesting. It was really cool. And by the way, Space Owl, how's it going? It's good to have you back. How are you today? I'm working on a project that I had similar ideas for. I'll have to study that. So they do this stuff. And what's fascinating is that a lot of people aren't aware that this stuff happens. There are companies that just do this now. That you can actually go and have them make ARGs for your product. For instance, No Man's Sky has, I don't know if it's continuing still, but for the longest time, they had an active ARG going on behind the scenes for the community to interact with. And it even involved, like, products being shipped to people. So people getting, like, stuff, Atlas passes and stuff like this that are a part of No Man's Sky. And hinting to and alluding to the bigger picture of what the story is for that game. And I was a part of a community way back in the day of pure ownage, right? I've talked about this before. We've had some people from that community come in from time to time. You went along with the J.J. Abrams ARGs. Yep, Lost, the TV show, had an ARG. But Pure Ownage was a really awesome community. It was an internet show about, a gamer and his, mad skills, blah, blah, blah. Wackiness ensued. And their fan club was called the Gamer Army. And you paid like $10 and you got like a dog tag with your personal boss message. And you got you were given a letter. And it was all in code. And you had to decipher the code. That in this instance, it was a really simple substitution code, so it's really easy to break, and it would give you access to their the special website and community, the passwords to the community, the hidden fan community, and they would have ranks and stuff like this based on your participation in these ARGs that they would do, and they were in-depth ARGs going all over the world. And doing code breaking and recognition of stuff like noise cancellation. You get 2 just white noise audio files. Putting those things together and it not being noise anymore. And you getting stuff. And so, that sort of things. It was really amazing. Lost was amazing. Brentwood, I'm on Team Lost. Space Out's awesome. Cloverfield and Super 8. That sounds like a lot of fun. Cloverfield, very great movie. I enjoyed that a lot. I'm a big Lost fan. Look. All right. Folks who didn't like Lost because of its ending. The ending is not what they thought it is. Which Cloverfield movie are we digging? I mean, all of them, Nick. Oh, Space Owl says, don't spoil the end for me. I will not. I will not spoil the end for you. There is a thing, Space Owl, that they showed. This isn't a spoiler. There's a thing that they showed that was like a, look at all the things we have accomplished. Like, wow, this was a really big show at the time. And we put a lot of work into this. And there are folks who saw that and were like, it's part of the plot and that's canon. And they're like, no, 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 it's nothing to do with that. No. And they're like, yep, you guys made a really bad ending because you included this thing, and that's part of the plot. Like, it's not part of the plot at all. Yeah, for some reason, people took this kind of like, yay, we did it! We made this thing, it's awesome! As being like, that's part of the ending. It's like, no, it's not. It's a great show. Watch it all. Almost at the end. Don't worry. I mean, it's not. Trust me, I didn't spoil it. It is a good show. It has its warts, but I feel like they needed another season. One more season. To spread out and build up, because I didn't even make it to the end of Lost. I got tired of getting the runaround and gave up. Cloverfield I got issues with, but not with the ARGs. It's ARGs. Oh, no worries, Simon. I mean, look, I get it. Lost just, they were like, we now have an end date. And then, let's start answering things. We ran out of time. I'm not going to go anymore. For Space Owl's sanity, I will not say anymore. I apologize. I get a little antsy. Hey, look. I give due credit to anyone successfully making a multi-season network television show. It's hard to write 20-hour-long episodes. 20-hour-long episodes after a season and having them all be amazing. It's true. There's definitely, and also like there's certain things where people broke their contract and and wanted to leave and get out of it, and that stuff shakes things up. It shakes things up. Because they have this stuff in mind, like, oh, these characters are going to be here till the end of the season. And then they're like, I got to go. I want to do other things. Like, oh, I can't force you to stay. You can go. And now they have to rework that story. "20 episodes, they can't all be winners, but it's JJ's philosophy that I hate." J.J. Abrams doesn't have much to do with Lost. In reality, it's a lot of oh god, what's his name? Hold on. Whoa, who's following? Patio Furniture. Oh, 007. Thank you so much. Lindelof, thank you. Damon Lindelof, Carlton Cuse. Those two were the big ones for that. Carlton Cuse also created The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., which I love, but I also don't like some of his other work, his later work. Let's read a mystery. What's happening? Not much, Patio Furniture. How are you today, by the way? Welcome to the stream. It is a pleasure. Thank you for the follow. Are you a giant Everquest fan? I'm curious. I'm finding lots of wonderful people in the community, and people really digging Everquest. It's a game that I very much love, but I don't have much experience with. Just chilling in Guck. Never been to Guck. Look. Highest level character I've ever gotten is level 16. Has anyone ever seen The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., by the way? I love. Don't yuck the Guck. Lots of people love Guck. I found that a lot of people love that place. I've never been. I've seen of the dungeons in Everquest. I've seen the top floor of Runny Eye Citadel. I've seen the top floor of Blackborough. And I mean, is the Gorge of King Zorb considered a dungeon? I've seen the outskirts of the Gorge of King Zorb. Briscoe County Jr. was so awesome. I loved it. My dad was a gigantic fan of Westerns. And my mom was a fan of sci-fi. And those two things brought together the whole family watching that show and getting invested. Bruce Campbell, I mean, how can you go wrong? But Briscoe County Jr. was really fun. It was a really fun show. I gotta watch that again at some point. I don't even know where you can get that. Is it on DVD anywhere? I'd love to revisit Briscoe County Jr. Bowler Dude? Fantastic. The bad guy was Bly, right? I loved it. It was so good. This camp is not fun, says Patio Furniture. Patio Fern, 007. So did your parents ever watch the Richard Dean Anderson and John Delancey sci-fi western Legend? No, never heard of that, Simon. Oh, put that in the Discord. I'd love to see about it. What's Release Bob button do? I really don't want to unleash the Twin Peaks Bob. Oh, he's already kind of released. He's right here. This is Bob Space Owl. I'm late. Look, I may talk the talk, right? But I'm also incredibly lazy. Bob typically just stays here. So the haiku button, we actually make an impromptu haiku based on the things that we are currently doing, and we put them in a book. Also, end of the year, folks, if you're a subscriber for the month of December, you're entered in for a raffle to win a dinky journal with all of the haikus handwritten from the year into it. Doing a raffle at the end of year stream. Nick released Bob. Thank you, Nick. That was very kind of you to waste your points on Bob, who was already released. You're doing the Lord's work. So all of the haikus get put in there. We have a lot of haikus. And I think next year Space Owl wants an impromptu haiku. Okay, that's easy. Let's get to safety though, because you know Everquest. I'm gonna sell my stuff anyways. Oh wow, our inventory is getting full. I like it. Let's go by the guard, and we will do a haiku. Nick says, I just want to make sure there's actually paid for. Bob needs to be compensated. This is true. We do need to compensate for Bob. All right, let's have a seat. Boink. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for a haiku. It's time for a haiku. A slaughter of bears. Their corpses litter the lands. Please, clean up your bears. This has been a haiku. Thank you. Thank you. I try. I put disability overload into sleep. I'm sorry. The silence is deafening. I know. Hold on. Is my mic? Okay, my mic is on. Thank you. And many other wonderful haikus are awaiting in that same vein. For instance, we'll take one randomly, right? From Valheim. We played Valheim earlier this year. To exist in life is to die as you were born, naked and afraid. Or one from Final Fantasy VII, the classic JRPG. Are you ready? Golden pelvic thrusts assailing your whole body. A battle in silk. What could that mean? Lapel de vide, John. Lapel de vide. What, Nick? You know I don't speak Spanish. Many others quite like it. All subscribers for the month of December get entered in for a raffle. To do so, if you gift a sub, that's an extra ad into the raffle. The Call of the Void. Indeed, Nick. I love that. So, yeah. we'll be doing that next year. We're doing something a little different. Let's just destroy that. I gotta sell this stuff. I'm bogged down in bear meat right now. Next year, I'm thinking screenshot photo album. That's what I'm thinking. Screenshot photo album. Where we take screenshots of all the stuff that we've... there is a channel redemption to get screenshots. And we will take them to commemorate our adventures here in this world. And also make sure to... I think I will, for next year, compile a photo album of our screenshots. That might be a great way, instead of the haikus. Might be a little easier, too, for me. Alright. Auction. Wanting to buy a Fletcher, able to craft a true shot longbow, will provide materials. Is the weight of all that meat more than you can bear? I might be doing some scrapbooking, Nick. Maybe it's in the cards. I won't say that it is in the cards, but it may be in the cards. Bears. You're mine, bear. Come here. Come away from the guard, though, please. Oh! That person pulled my bear. That son of a bitch. You pulled my bear. You pulled my bear. Who are you? Explain yourself. Amelie? You're a wonderful French film, but you're a terrible bear stealer. I'm getting this bear, Amelie. It's not yours. Yeah, so I think that's my next thing next year is a photo album. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We've done a lot this year, and I really wish I had the time. I sadly don't this year, and I wasn't prepared. I came up with this idea to do a year retrospective where we look at the great moments of the year and do our own streaming award show, right? I'll be doing it next year for sure. I'll be more prepared. And what I was going to do is essentially the award show was like best clip, game of the year for me, like the game that I streamed that I felt was the best of the year. Other categories, and while also doing I think the end of I do a fantasy games league. And there's a prize for that for people who participate. It's limited to streaming people who stream and stuff like this. So a good friend, Capsule J, and Alinzia, they're both awesome people who participate in this. Couldn't get anybody this year besides them because everybody else was too busy, didn't want to commit, sadly. But the winner of it could be me, could be somebody else. We'll see. Will win a trophy of a horse's butt. That gets sent to them. And it's a delight. It's hilarious. You get a horse butt trophy. That is a thing that exists. Legend info in the Discord. Thank you, Simon. So like do an end of the year stream where we hand out awards to the games, the clips, the that sort of stuff, right? And then also wrap up the end of the year games fantasy league and raffle off the thing of the year, be it the haiku book, the photo book, that sort of thing. Prediction was 4-way tie. Yeah, close, not even remotely. Somebody won. It's already kind of over. The game award prediction was a 4-way tie. Oh, it was. Who tied? I don't even know how I did. I don't think I did very well in that one. I really don't think I did very well. I wish I did better. I did not do well. I never do. I never do well in the Game Award predictions. And then to raffle that off, and so I just didn't have the. I kind of thought up this idea middle of this year. Too much to retroactively go back and like get download clips and get the VOD stuff because it was too much. If I put that work in from the get-go, put the work in it as I go along, because like my game of the year this year, spoiler alert, Outer Wilds, which was like one of the first games I played this year, and yeah, so I want to do that next year. We'll definitely be doing an award show because there's some great stuff. I am so happy with the clips that I've had this year. Oh, Nixie, it is no hyperbole here. It is legitimately the best game I've ever played. It is the best game I've ever played. It's not even a question. It is not necessarily my favorite game, although it probably is, but I still have a major soft spot for Myst Online as my favorite game, so I'll still just say that, even though it's Outer Wilds. Shh, don't tell Rand. But it is legitimately such a intelligently designed, brilliant game. It was so brilliant. It was so smart. And it was so engaging and so emotional. And I've never played a game like it in my life. So it's always safe with me. It's worth every penny. Every person should play that game. If you love adventure games, it's a million times yes. If you love kind of open world games, it's immediately a million times yes. If you love world building, if you love lore, a million times yes. It's a first person game. And it's a first person game where you are in a spaceship exploring a solar system. I cannot say more for folks. It is an adventure game of sorts. It's a first person adventure game. There's no combat. Solving puzzles, using the tools on your ship, exploring planets that have their own rules and such like this. You do get some direction, Nixie. You absolutely get some direction. It's made quite apparent. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Nixie. It is made quite apparent. You get direction 100%. And there is a quote unquote ticking clock. It's not really, but those sorts of things typically I'm adamantly against ticking clocks. It stresses me out typically. It works incredibly well here in this instance, and it isn't stressful. For people who are typically stressed out by those sorts of things, you don't have to worry about it. It's a non-issue. And it makes sense contextually. It's such a smart game. Such a smart game. I've never played anything like it. It was so good. So beautiful. Visually striking. Musically fantastic. Its soundtrack is absolutely phenomenal. But yeah. Oh, Nixie. Another reason why Suspended stressed me out. Yeah, Suspended has a ticking clock. Well, all Infocom games have a ticking clock, but at least in their defense, like, it's not hard to get back to where you are. And part of the game design for a lot of Infocom games is that you're meant to do multiple runs. I think that playing something like Outer Wilds also prepped me for text-adventure games. Zork 1 absolutely has a ticking clock, Nick. The candles? The thief? Those are ticking clocks. You can make those mistakes. I mean, ticking clocks meaning like if you don't do the right thing at the right time, if you blow the candles out, it ceases to be one. I know. This is true. Lots of people are in here right now. Okay. Auction. Wanting to buy the services of a Fletcher to make a true shot longbow. I will provide all materials. PST. Let's fight this skeleton. But yeah. So next year expect an award show. That's definitely in the works. We're gonna be doing a lot of a huge swath of stuff. I mean, I didn't even like in terms of stuff, we got still a lot of Infocom games to go through with Nick. If we keep that pace up, I know Nick is gonna be gone in the summer, but if we keep that pace up, we might be able to beat all the Infocom games next year, Nick, and move on to Legend Entertainment. Text Adventures. You may be gone. Yeah, may be gone. Correct. And so we're gonna be continuing the interactive fictions, days, interactive story Saturdays now instead of interactive fiction Fridays. Interactive story Saturdays will be dedicated to that. Still, we've got a couple game series that I want to get through. We beat Fable 1. I want to go through the entire Fable series next year. We're almost done with the Shining Force series. We have Shining Force 3. And I want to do Shining the Holy Ark. So we'll be doing Shining the Holy Ark and Shining Force 3 and the translated versions of that, because we've beaten Shining Force 1, 2, and Shining Force CD, and made a haul of butts. Enchanter tomorrow, Nick. I'm so stoked for Enchanter. Oh my gosh, I'm so stoked for Enchanter. I made, for those who aren't normal viewers of the stream, I played through Shining Force 1, Shining Force CD, and Shining Force 2. Now, those are turn-based grid strategy RPGs, right? They're like war strategy games, right? When you engage in combat, you get this really cool cinematic camera where the enemies on the far side and the character attacking is near you, and you're seeing their back. Also, you're seeing their butt. So we ranked all of the butts. And any 10 butts were inducted into the Hall of Butts. We did a purely objective analytical. This was not titillating. This was not sexual, I assure you. We did a purely objective analysis of the butts based on a variety of criteria, including form, flex, the Z factor, which is showing a bit of the taint. You get a bit of the undercarriage. That happens more often than you think. It doesn't hurt you if you are lacking the Z factor, but it absolutely helps if you have it. And then color. We don't care about color. But also promotion helps as well, but that's not one of the... It changes the rating. But not only this, we made a virtual, fully explorable, in VR and in your browser, art museum with a guided audio tour. Nixie, do not be devastated. A fully explorable 3D art museum with guided audio tour, within which you can even be compatible with VR. Even more so if there are other people exploring that art museum at the same time you are. They have a represented avatar and a public chat to discuss. It was voiced by the best actor I have access to. It was my friend Nick. The Archaeobotanist does the voice for it. It's fantastic. Let me pull up a link. Hall of Butts. Let's make sure this is the right one. Oh, indeed it is. let me throw in the link. Hold on. Yep, uses cookies. I got it. Yes, has audio. Yes. Okay, let me just copy this. Copy. And I'll paste it in the chat. Chat. There you go. Follow that link. If you make an account, you will have a represented avatar. Otherwise, you're just you just view and can explore. I was about to, but remembered I don't have permission. Let me make sure this is the right one. Just how many butt museums do you have? I've got 1 million, Simon. Come on now. Come on now. All right, let's close some of these tabs that are not necessary to me. Hey, Logwin's here again. Who can help summon a cold stone necklace? That's a great question. Yeah, check it out. It is worth looking at and exploring and take the guided tour. It'll say like, hey, there's audio to this. Do you want to activate audio? Let everything download. There's even background music, which is the delightful headquarters music from Shining Force 1. And I've included a lot of like fan art and stuff like this to just kind of celebrate the butts of Everquest. Although the butts of Everquest are quite good. I mean, for instance, right? Let's take a look here. Look at Drathula's butt. Look at it. Look at the hip action. Let's get down there. Let's get down there and take a look. How do I crouch again? C? Z? X? No. Oh, that is... Oh, I don't remember how to crouch. We're staring at his butt. Drathula's looking very concerned. And also, I mean, look at the coccyx of Zonorer. Look at that. It's a beautiful butt. It's beautiful. I'm creeping him out. But that's okay. That's what I do for a living. He doesn't just look at the inductees. Sometimes you need a sloppy butt. That's the truth. You need a wild, unkempt mane. There are many a butt in the world of Shining Force. There's centaur butts that typically perform very great in the outset, but are greatly hindered by their promotions. They cover the butt in shame. A lot of copycat butts as well. When you start to clone the butts, it becomes an issue. You look at the entry of poor stock. Enjoy the Butt Museum, Nixie. When you return, I await, with bated breath, your thoughts. Oh, I got another Spirit of the Wolf. I did not realize that. Thank you, the person who buffed me. If you're out there in this world, thank you for the buff. I believe it was my dear friend who buffed me earlier. Again, nothing sexual about the Hall of Butts. Purely analytical, objective analysis. Nothing more. Would never disgrace the butt in such a way. I would never sully the butt with such stuff. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Can I ever just be a normal person, or am I a weirdo? I'm forever doomed to be a weirdo. Look, I have a podcast, the Literate Pixel Podcast. We review books based off of video games. Our first book we read was based on Everquest. It was Rogue's Hour. R.A. Salvatore presents, now writes, The Rogue's Hour. And it was a terrible book. But our podcast slowly devolved into madness. There's little interstitial bits that are kind of radio dramas. They are dark. They are absurd. They are weird. They don't make a lick of sense. Slowly, quite quickly, by episode 4, things have gone off the rails to the highest degree. And it's a joy. They involve poop. Yeah, you brought the poop, Nick. You're the poop guy with the poop fixation. I just channel it into engaging content. Okay, Nick? Someone please help me. I need someone to make this bow. Are there no Fletchers in this world? Sergeant Slate is getting his butt kicked by a zombie. A zombie. Meant to reference the spruce goose. You mentioned P-jars. Yes. Need someone to make. I thought you were going to mention the maze again. Simon, look. My wife legitimately texted me that and asked me. She asked me, can your internet people make her a cock maze? She's a nurse in a very congested area of COVID. Overrun. The National Guard is getting involved to help ease the burden. She was writing her report, taking report for someone else. Absent-mindedly wrote the words cock maze. Has no idea why she did. And was like, can your internet friends please illustrate what a cock maze is? She needs it. There are many doctors who are interested in seeing what the cock maze would be. And they're all dying for a morale boost because it is suffocating. It is difficult. Simon says, that's exactly the kind of impish thing I would make, but I work in 3D. I don't want to spend hours and hours crafting a 3D maze item. I would not ask such a thing of you, Simon, although that would be pretty amazing. But it would be hours and hours. You're absolutely right. Maybe a singular scene. She envisions a first-person perspective of a person inside of a cock maze from their perspective. My wife is just as strange as I am. But what's funny about her is she's straight-laced in reality. And all of the people who she works with consider her to be all work, no play. And they just don't see the ridiculous and absurd nature of her being. That is a very great example of it. I could build a maze in less than an hour easily. Just texture it with. We don't want realistic. We don't want real ones. We're not asking for dick pics here. We're not looking for, again, we're not looking for the sexualization of the genitalia. It's just look. I'm not looking to get off on this. But let's just have a maze of penises. Why not? Again, what's wrong with me? Oh my god. Everybody was puma fighting. That's just a side benefit. No, it's not even a side benefit, Nick. Not even a side benefit. No. Nixie says this is fantastic. Why, thank you, Nixie. That was a big project this year. One that I spent a lot of time working on. My concept, just reskin Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde from Pac-Man. Oh! Well, yeah, somebody, Simon, someone did the maze from Pac-Man and replaced the dots with penises. Yes, they did that. And Capsule J provided a very surprising contribution. I did not believe that he had that in him. Flattered, to say the least. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, Nixie. No, yeah, the maze. Oh, yeah. I was shocked. I thought it was hilarious. I have not responded yet because I have problems processing a variety of stimuli. So it's taken me a bit to process that one. That was a very stimuli-infested image. But I'm glad you enjoyed the Hall of Butts. I did spend a whole lot of time working on that. It took months and months of refinement, and then getting the script written and getting Nick to read it and reread it. Forbidden Porygon episode of Cockmaze. Yes, Nick, exactly. The Forbidden Porygon episode. You're still learning of the butts. Oh, continue this journey. It is a journey, Nixie. It is an absolute revelation. It's revelatory. There's nothing like it. How close am I to leveling? I'm getting close. Half a bubble. We're doing the grind. I want... Is anybody... No, please. Please. You have no idea. I'm not a veteran to Everquest. If you know of Fletcher, if you are a Fletcher or know a Fletcher, please help me. I need this bow made to feed my children. Please help me. The Z factor is my favorite criteria. Oh man, the Z factor is delightful. I'm a fan of the Z factor. Xylo Wolfsbane. Shout out to Xylo Wolfsbane. Best wolf man. When he turned into a wolf baron, it was just a downhill spiral. He had the Z factor, then he covered it up, and I'm so upset. He should have been a 10 butt. He would have. You would, Nick. I know a Fletcher, but they mostly write murder mysteries. A Jessica Fletcher, if you will. Yeah, I'm a dork. Dork. What is wrong with me? Oh no. Looking for help with a quick transfer. I'll help you, Corey. On one condition. Your new character be named Songnesty Jr. No. I'll help you, Corey. Where are you? I will help with the transfer. Oh, got someone? Perfect. No worries. Good luck. I dislike the lack of dark vision. Nick, I have it. I have dark vision. I don't think I'm going to get anybody to fletch this for me. We need to move on. Yeah, Nick. I have dark vision. I will find it one to purchase this another day, or to make this another day. We need to do other things. We must. We must. I didn't know if I was going to do this. Okay. going back to the Greater Fadark. What? I'm not just gonna... Yeah, Mark Bears and shout. Yeah, no, we're going back to the Greater Fadark. We're going back home. I call this a bust. I knew the tunnel fat cats wouldn't help me. I knew it. Where are you? Apply. Heading to the tunnels now. At the tunnels. Cyrock. Oh. Oops. I'll hit the follow button. I don't see them. Oh, there he is. Is that you? Cyrock. I doing right? He's taking me to the Greater Fairdark. Sleep well, Edgar. It is a pleasure as always, my friend. Godspeed. We're going to be playing for about another hour-ish. We're going back home. Maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we can get some people to do some Crushbone. Alright. Oh. Is Cyrock coming? I'm new. I don't know. Oh, he left. Gonna stay here in Felwith and enjoy the luxuries of home. Heading back home. Oh, the beauties of the Greater Fadark. My giant wasp drones, how are you, my friends? Oh, look. Bandits. Hello, bandits. I didn't know there were bandits here. Had no idea. We're gonna fight some orcs and stuff, I think. Maybe see if I can do some Crushbone? I don't know what level Crushbone is. I've never been to Crushbone. Never been. I don't know what level Crushbone is. Again, I don't rely on wikis for like here's the best way to do things. I don't enjoy that. I do use them for some quests because the quests in this can be incredibly opaque, and as we learned, there were situations where we wasted a lot of time. And I look at them for lore. So like I read lots of lore stuff. Oh Jesus, I went too far east. Wait, I was going north. Wait. I'm so lost. Let's just go straight west. So I rely on lore. Wikis for lore. That sort of stuff that really gets me engaged in the world. But I don't like... What level is this? Where do I hunt next at this level? I don't know that stuff. I don't do it. But we're going to get bound back at... we need to get bound before we continue this journey. I should have just stayed out here. Okay, here we go. I might also be bailing to ensure that I'm awake soon enough to solve puzzles tomorrow. Yes, Nick, get your rest. It's good to see you, my friend, as always. I'll get you the cut of the podcast tomorrow. We will get it all finished. I'm going to be working on that all day tomorrow. Again, last minute, as always. Look, I got kids. I got a life. I got stuff to do. Where is... Oh, it's got to be this way. More east. Right? Because the druid stuff is right by there, I thought. Let me kill the orc. He's got a hatchet. I need that hatchet. Want to do some Crushbone? Sounds like something almost illegal. You find in back alleys of big cities. Or find the bleachers in small ones. Oh man, hey, you want a Crushbone? No. No, Simon. Get it out of your head. Or catch it. I'll take that. That's for a quest. You don't have a hatchet. You're free. Oh my god, I'm never gonna find this sound. Where are you? The Greater Fey Dark is so disorienting. I just sat back down from getting a drink. Well, welcome back, Sam. Oh, no. Nixie's staying. She's on the team. She's on the team. I am all the way east, apparently. You'll never be rid of me. Well, I appreciate you staying, Nixie. It is an absolute pleasure. It is an honor. I'm so thankful that anybody even remotely stays in this stream. I don't know how people stay here. Because, like, I was streaming for almost 9 years. February is going to be 9 years. Am I all the way north now? Oh, jeez, I think I'm all the way north now. Let's head south a bit. And I didn't have anybody. It was 0 to 2 viewers the whole time. So many years. 2 years ago, that changed. And people started coming in. 1 viewer to a dozen. Simon, I will say this, that the dozen just started. The having a dozen people would have been a month ago. And it's a grind, that's for sure. Oh yeah, to say the least. The tipping point was my dearest friend Kiglev. She was one of the people. I've known her for such a long time, and she was one of two. It was either her or Capsule J were the only people that would come in and visit. And yeah, we found Kelethan, the home of the Wood Elves, my home. And so I need to find the orc lift. I think it's this way. So exactly. She fought hard for me. Introduced me to people and like, hey, you should check out this person. You should talk to these folks. And introduced me to all of you. Nicest friend in the world. We had spent countless hours talking No Man's Sky, and we knew each other through... Oh, really? Crash was? Nice! I love Crash. Crash and I, we fight constantly. We're a bickering couple, but we love each other dearly. At least I love him dearly. I don't know how he feels about me, but I love him dearly. We fight constantly. We fight constantly. Oh man, I still feel bad about our argument in Wind Waker. We had a very heated discussion about Wind Waker. Taunt me during my streams. Best mod. I know, we love him to death. I don't know. Okay, we're northeast here. We're getting close to the orc lift. Maybe? Orc lift? No. Where is the orc? Okay, there's the road. The orc lift is not far off. And so her talking it up brought people in. One of the things that I've always faced, the most difficult thing that I've ever faced in general, be it streaming or anything that I ever do, the thing that I constantly have to fight over is visibility. And what I really mean by that is that there are so many people out there in this world that are very much, you're a nobody. Why should I listen to you? Why should I watch you? You know? You're not of worth to me. And even if I present a a library of work, be it writing blog posts and articles about game design and commentary about gaming culture and these sorts of things. A long list of streams that I find to be incredibly entertaining and enjoyable and poignant and interesting and engaging. Or podcasts where I discuss the game industry and news and information about all the stuff that's been happening in games, as well as the micro subcultures of games. It's not enough for folks. They're very much like, no, you're still not worth our time, no matter what. Or there are people who are still fighting for their own chunk of people. And I don't believe in the fight. I don't believe in that stuff. I don't believe that a person should have to fight for visibility. Everybody deserves visibility. Everybody deserves to be listened to and to be given attention and a platform to be able to express themselves. I think it's super important for us to be able to have a conversation, to talk and to listen, right? And the world doesn't run that way, especially on the internet. There's so many people that view themselves as personalities, as a quest for fame and fortune, blah, 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 blah. That's not my intent. That's not how I work. For me, streaming and sharing this stuff is 100% about perspective. It's about listening to people, sharing stuff with people. That's the goal. I want to share with you these cool things that I found. I want you to share with me something that you dearly love and to play it with fresh perspective and to talk about it, whether it worked or it didn't for me, you know? I think that that's important. I think that giving people who come into this stream to be able to chat and to enthuse about the things that they love and to not feel like I'm going to be like, no, who are you to talk? Why do you think you're so important? Why are you worth my time? That's not right. Like, that's not okay to do. And because all of my life on the internet, for a good portion of it, that was how I was treated. You know? I'm not a person who's sitting there being like, I must be the center of attention. It's just that I have something to say. I have something to contribute. And people are saying, no, we're not interested. There's a world of conflict there. Hold on, who's here? There's a conflict there because there are other people who see that stuff and say, oh, it's very good. I actually really enjoy this. I think it's really intelligent. I think that it's really engaging. It's really interesting. And say that it's great work. But then those people who hold those keys say, no, it is not. It's not good. Or not to say it's not good. It's not worth even looking at. Thank you. And so we struggle with that all the time. That's the thing that everybody struggles with. How do you make your time worth it to somebody else's? And I don't agree that I should have to prove myself in that way. I just continue to do what I want to do. And so, but for so many years, nobody did. And it took a dear friend, a dearest friend, who I respect, admire, and love dearly, to tell people that I was worth their time. And then they came. And it's such a strange concept. Going about forever saying you're worth their time and people say no. Then one other person says, no, their time is worth it. And everyone's like, okay. And you don't get bitter about that stuff, but there's a part of you that's like hurt. That you're like, now it's okay? Especially when there are some people that you directly reach out to. Be like, hey, I would really, I'd really love to have you come in and see the stuff. I think it's worth it. And be like, no. And then someone else says, you should see it. And they're like, okay. It's like, really? Not saying that anyone here has done that. That is not the case. I would like to also stress, like, Simon, trust me, you're fine. I love you to death, Simon. And it was just very nice that there were people that without question checked it out and decided to stay. Because they didn't need to. There is no reason for it. They did it out of the kindness of their hearts. And they enjoyed it. And they're people who I very much respect. And enjoy their presence in chat. Fruit and berries. A distinction must be made. Why is there a priest and several player corpses just laying around? Simon. Oh, welcome to Kelethin. Look, when you have, like for instance, right? Let's take a look over here. Look at poor Walassi. Walassi's corpse. New player. Obviously. They fell from above and died. There's shows I've not watched on Netflix or whatever until someone says to do so. Exactly. There's been a few instances, and there's Walassi dead again. Poor Walassi cannot catch a break. There's try red server. Oh, God. The red server people. Exactly, Nixie. They only every time, and I don't. There's a lot of times when I contemplate these things. I get very self-reflective, a little imposter syndrome. That happens. Everybody does. And that stuff kind of, that is my brain sabotaging itself, as it does with everything. Yes, Simon. Red server is the PvP server. So that is full PvP, and they can loot your stuff. I'm fun. People should find me on their own. Yeah, exactly. I don't, but that is that little twinge, right? Is imposter syndrome creeping in. It's my brain playing tricks on me. It's telling me that low self-esteem, that comes in and says, you're not worth it. You really aren't. Which is just silly. It's absolutely silly. We all get afflicted with this stuff. A lot of people hide that sort of thing. It's like, no, that never happens to me. It absolutely happens to you. It happens to everybody. Everybody has these feelings where they're like, I'm not adequate enough. Simon says, I'd invite you both to any LAN party I host. Simon, LAN parties are the best. You know I would be there. We would totally LAN Battle Spire and play it to completion. Do some Diablo 2. Old school Diablo 2, please. Yeah. LAN's best. Everybody bring their GameCube card or memory card and go to each other's Animal Crossing towns. That's one of the... Oh, man. Let me tell you. Binge watch Captain N. I introduce you all to Captain Power, this thing that I dearly love that no one has ever seen. One of the things I really loved while we wait for... Let's see. Can I get a bind? At the orc lift? So, out of high school, a friend of mine buys a house. What do you mean no one's ever seen? Nixie, have you seen Captain Power? Hold on. Have you seen Captain Power? Be still, my beating heart. Yes, Simon. But Simon, you've heard me preach about Captain Power for years. I'm an 80s child. I was like 4 years old when I saw that show. Why did my parents think that was okay for me, a 4-year-old, to watch? I don't know. But let me tell you one thing. It absolutely shaped my life. The TV show that interacted with the toys. Yes, Simon. Yes. I have in my possession 2 of the Captain Power ships. One doesn't work. If you have the one, it might work. Did you watch all of it, Nixie? I'm curious. Did you watch all of it? I've recently watched all of it again. And wow, man, look, there was some ham-fisted acting. It was the 80s. But the writing, did you, okay. The guy who created Babylon 5 was one of the lead writers for it. J. Michael Straczynski. Is that right? Did I get his name right? I'm pretty sure I got it right. Was one of the lead writers. They even reference Babylon 5 in the show. Before Babylon 5 was even made. It was an idea in his head. The J. Michael Straczynski, absolutely. He did a lot of work in cartoons and TV shows in the 80s. He did a lot of cartoons that he wrote for that are wild. Like there's this one about these this evil genius created this zones. Like he created, like had these satellites or something that shot these lasers into the earth. And there are these blasted zones where people are mind controlled by this evil guy. And if you go into them, you're immediately mind controlled. And there's this force that can wear a suit that allows them to go into those zones and help try to free people and stop this evil guy. It's this cartoon. And it's wild. And he wrote that show and is really interesting. It's really crazy. He was the uncredited showrunner for the Real Ghostbusters for most of the seasons. Got fired, then rehired when ratings sank. Can I be mind controlled, please? That way nothing can be my fault. It'll be all on my controller. Exactly, Knight Rider. And hi, Knight Rider. It is good to see you, my friend. But Captain Power, the ending of that season. It's only one season. And then never renewed. They have the script, or the plot synopsis of the second season out there in the ether. And they were trying to been rebooting Captain Power for forever. They've been attempting to reboot Captain Power for forever. It's so good. It's so smart. It's so poignant. And it's one of those things that is an intelligent sci-fi action show that has a kid's toy line. Like, imagine, if you will, Babylon 5 being marketed to kids. That's the show. This really intelligent and thought-provoking science fiction show. But kids can play along! Like, it was weird. Speaking of seasons, who else is excited for The Expanse Season 6? I've not seen any of The Expanse, and a lot of people tell me I need to see it. JMS is super active and snarky on Twitter. He's writing a Bab 5 reboot. Maybe you can talk him into squeezing some Captain Power into it. I know, right? There's a Babylon 5 toy line inside of Babylon 5. How's it going, Cannoli? Anyone give me a bind, please? Anyone? Anyone? Able to bind? Be greatly appreciated. Well, guess what? Let me pile onto that. You need to see The Expanse. Knight Rider, did you hear about The Expanse game? Big deal. Telltale. Telltale's back, baby. Cannoli, it's going well. Yeah, Game Awards showed an announcement for it. So, the people who have picked up the pieces of... It's interesting, right? The people who have picked up the pieces of Telltale are making an Expanse game. And the former people who were Telltale have picked up a Star Trek adventure game. Here? Yes, please. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Yes! You saved my life. I will forever sing your praise. Oh, thank you for the sew too. I did not need a sew, but I appreciate it. I watched the first season of The Expanse, but I gave up on it. Every character I gravitated to in season 1. You know? I know. Simon, I know. But, yeah, dude. Captain Power's worth watching. You can watch all the episodes on YouTube for free. Worth watching. It's a little cheesy, right? Like, one of the characters, Tank, is voiced by one of the Mr. Universes. Not Arnold Schwarzenegger, the other one. He played LaFleur in Mallrats. Former Mr. Universe has a really thick accent. Very difficult to understand, but really good. And the person who plays Pilot, oh, there's the Bards Guild, in the show, she is a career actress. Very good, very talented. I can get you. All right. I got a bind. Thank you, though. Greatly appreciate the offer. Let's sell some stuff. I gotta go to the bank desperately. Yeah, we're going to the bank. We're not doing any of this nonsense. I need to... Oh, I do need to buy, though. My next spell. My next song. Jonathan's Whistling War Song. I like this. I like this. Jonathan's Whistling War Song. You want to know why? Might be my name. Not Jonathan, but, you know, it's close. Let's engrain our spell. Let's put it down here so I don't get it confused with the other one. This one increases the speed at which I attack, which I like. I'm waiting for all the Game Awards news to finish trickling out, then I'm going to binge at like Super Bowl commercials. Oh yeah, I feel you, Simon. I watched it all today, and a lot of good stuff. We kind of talked about it in the beginning of the show. The stream. The show. What's wrong with me? Oh, I'm going to the bank. Hold on. We need to go this way. I'm going to remember this. We're going to get to the bank. I promise. Go this way. Yes. I'm remembering how to get around Kelethin. Haste is a very desirable... Yes, it is. Oh, it is. Oh. Oh. I bought stuff and it did the nice thing of taking care of all of it for me. I've got my second hatchet. Oh, that's right. Who do I need to turn the hatchets into? Who gets the hatchets? Let's see. The Rangers Guild. Okay, 2 orc hatchets. Rangers Guild is right nearby. Let's turn those in. That one guy in the one place gets the hatchets. Hope that helps. I think it did. Knight Rider, I think it did. It's this way, right? Wait, is it this way? Let's see. Casual Meme Fan says, did they have jewelry in the Rangers Guild? That's a great question. I don't know. I will check for you, though, Casual Meme Fan. Also, if you have a Fletcher, please help me make this bow. I'm dying. All you EverQuest veterans, are you on the green server? Do you have the craft skill fletching? Can you make this bow? Alright, I gotta find out who is the person who takes the hatchets. Who takes the hatchets? Alina? Do you take the hatchets? No. Verth Mistwelder? No, you don't either. Rand's Surefire? I think you do. No, you're Pixie Tricksters. Dill. Oh, it's Dill. Dill, you absolutely do. Blue meanies? What are you talking, Dill? Oh, Orc Saboteurs. Yeah. Orc Saboteurs? I will hunt the Orc Pawns. Go to the forest floor and seek out the orc ponds. Turn, I shall reward you for every 2 orc hatchets. And perhaps after you return offer you a weapon in return. Should we have any to spare at the time? Have an orc hatchet. That is an orc hatchet, yes. Have an orc hatchet. He says, fantastic work. Your actions shall earn you the respect of the Fear Doll. Take this as a small bounty for your deed. We've heard of the Crushbone allies who wish our demise. Crushbone allies? It seems the orcs have allied themselves with the wicked Tear Doll. We know of this through reports of a Tear Doll presence within Crushbone. We must intercept the Crushbone runners and find a reason for the union. I will intercept the Crushbone runners. Go to the butcher blocks. You stand a greater chance of finding the runners there. I shall pay a bounty for all returned runner pouches. Let's do this. I gotta go back to the bank. Deposit my stuff for making the bow. Haul the butts complete by Nixie. Crushbone runner still sounds like drugs. You're not wrong, Simon. Whew. This is why people die. What'd you think, Nixie? After buying the ticket, what'd you think of the final product? Was it not beauteous? Was not the gluteus the most beauteous? I like Blue. Blue the baby dragon. Fantastic. Grew up. Beautiful butt. Okay. Now let's go back. Oh, let me sell this sword. Hi, merchant. I'd like to sell this sword that is of no use to me. Thank you. Done. Okay. Let's go to Butcher Block and find some runners. Some Crushbone runners. We could hang out in the Butcher Block Mountains. That sounds like a plan. Oops, pushing buttons. So we gotta go west. West. Just plain west. Yeah, Blue is fantastic. I am a big fan of Stock. Stock is my favorite. That butt is the sinew is what gets me. I'm a sucker for the brown. It's a vibrant brown though. It's not a plain brown. There's some plain browns. And it's the I got a thing for tricksters too. I got a quest to kill tricksters. I don't know exactly what I need from the tricksters. I don't want to kill them because they have a reputation issue. I'll let them keep tricking. Turning tricks, if you will. But no, Stock. The sinew. I still think about that sinew. Stock had a major issue, though, is because in the later parts of Shining Force CD, there are clones. And they count as Book 2. He was from Book 1. And there are 2 different games on the Game Gear. They're ports. They're remasters, remakes of the Game Gear Shining Force games, ported to the Sega CD. And so they took all of them and compiled them into one thing. So there's clones in Book 2. But he's from Book 1. And so I dropped him from the Hall of Butts. You know this. You went to the museum. You heard the story. I need to go this way because I went too far. And yeah, I had to make a public apology. Almost got voted out of the Council of Butts. I couldn't believe it. I really did a number on my compatriots. I did them wrong. I done them dirty. I also have a very strong feeling that a lot of the EverQuest veterans who may be watching this are looking at my UI and are just shaking their head. This is a very messy layout. I don't have an answer for it. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Is there a way to improve it? I don't know. Is the console butts like the console of Elrond? I mean, yes. Casual meme fan? Yes. You may not have heard, I made a museum. A digital museum. You can explore it in full 3D. And VR compatible, I might add. Of all of me rating the butts of Shining Force. The Shining Force series. And it's got a audio tour. A guided audio tour. It's okay. I'm playing fast and loose with mine right now too. Organize your UI if and when you need to. I don't know. There are tools that people use, I think. Alright, so we got to look for Crushbone runners. I have no idea where they are. But we're going to do some hunting in this area at least. Because butcher blocks around the stuff of my level. And we can be a little less, like in common lands, you had to be very discerning. It's not a very like, catch-all area. There's tons of stuff in butcher block that's my level. Like this goblin. Hey, goblin. The snake views me indifferently. This goblin does not, though. Ugly. Oh, you want to see a 10 out of 10 butt? Oh, I'm going to show you a 10 out of 10 butt after I kill this goblin. Oh, you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. You've never seen a 10 out of 10 butt like this. Oh, I also need to sing. I'm not smart sometimes. Gobbo butts. Hash, you know. The most beautiful of butts. Look. Alright? A lot of you are like, look at this guy. He's disgusting. Terrible posture. He's got a lot of just kind of fat everywhere. Clearly malnourished. Right, but look at this. Look at this butt. Look at that butt. He keeps it clean. Look at that butt. Look at that butt. You look at that. You tell me that's not a 10 out of 10 butt. No kink shaming here. He keeps it clean. Obviously, he shaves it. He manicures that butt. It's a beautiful butt. Look at that. Look at the contours here. Look at that. Amazing. I think he just does this for show. Whoa. And I had to get a nice extra zoom in there when I looted him. Hey, taunts a lot. I remember him. Large skunk. Large snake. Yeah. Goblin butts, 10 out of 10. That's a beautiful butt. You can't deny. You can't deny. The goblin butt. It's beautiful. Sven Olthrosin was in a lot of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Yes, he was, because they were both Mr. Universes. Yep, he was the Mr. Universe winner. Anyone ever seen that Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary? Bananas. Mr. Universes or Mrs. Universe? Mr.'s Universe. What is this place? I am so curious as to why this is here. There must be a reason. Everquest, what are your reasons? Mr.'s Universe. We'd like to announce the Mr.'s Universe. Witchfinder Generals or Witchfingers Generals? What? What now, Cannoli? What you talking about? Failed. Attorney Generals or Attorneys General? Oh! Witchfangles? It's weird what gets pluralized and what doesn't. Yeah, Attorneys General is what it is, isn't it? Let's kill this giant bat. Oh, look at this. Somebody's been here. Some poor schmuck has died out here. Oh, jeez, what's attacking me? Oh, just a goblin. We're fine. Yeah, man. In Hebrew, you just pluralize both. Attorneys Generals. I'm calling it a night. Workerland Saturdays. Have a great night. Nixie, thank you. You made my evening. I greatly appreciate you hanging out. I hope you get some rest. It was an absolute pleasure. Again, shout out for Nixie. You all check out their stream. Wonderful streamer, wonderful human being. Okay. Giant scarab. Goblin whelp. Goblin. Goblin. Oh, I could do this. I could take this down. 1 goblin and 2 goblin whelps. Easy. Come here, goblins. Come here, goblin. Oh, the whelps didn't even answer. There we go. I hope all you folks are doing well. It is so good to have you all here, even if you're lurking, which I still greatly appreciate. Young streaming bogus would have died for lurkers. I hope you all are enjoying the stream. It was interesting. I should hope the whelps wouldn't aggro. You're literally killing a sitter and literal children. Simon? This is true. This is true. Hellbent for lurkers. They're just like, hey, Mrs. Goblinors? Thanks for watching us. That's great, guys. Would you like to play some dominoes? Yeah, we'd love to play some dominoes. Hey, what's that guy in bronze armor doing over there? Looking at you hungrily. I don't know. I should go over there and talk to him. Ah! No! Mrs. Goblinos! Hi, guys. You whelps. You whelps. I left you children all alone. Enjoy your freedom. Live life like never before. Be free. Be free. Run! Why won't you run? I'm asking you to run! They're not gonna run. Those goblin parents probably had to pay funeral expenses for the sitter if that wasn't apparent. It's not apparent. No. Come on now. Excuse me, children. Would you like to be adopted? Do you want to be mine? Look, you're free. You're mine now. You're my children. You're my little whelps. Gibby and Gobby. You're my babies. My name's Susan. My name's Richard. Never mind, Gibby. Gobby. It's time for us. It's time. Let us go. Let us go. We're good. Are you sure? Yeah. We'll wait till our parents come home. Gobby, do you agree with Gibby over there? Yeah. You don't want to stay with me? No, we're good. Gibby, have you changed your mind? Gobby, no! Gibby? Gibby? I'm whistling an ancient war song, Gibby. Look what happened to Gobby. I'm good. Are you sure? Is that your final answer? Locking it in. That's my final answer. I'm gonna leave your bodies as a message. As a warning. What is wrong with me? Why am I a madman? Excuse me, Mr. Goblin. Excuse me, Mr. Goblin. There are 2 dead children over there. I don't know who did it. Why are you attacking me? They were goblin whelps. Okay? Maybe they're on their knees crying and penitent. Maybe. Who crumples up? Whose body crumples up in such a way? I don't know of any. I don't know of any. There's a horrible scene over there. It's just the fetal position. Exactly. Maybe it's like, please stop. Stop hitting us. Stop stabbing us. Gobby. Gibby. Please, Mr. Skywalker, don't hurt us anymore. I just used a wiffle lightsaber. Not a real one. It's just a foam one. Wondering what happened to the Crushbone runners. Like the ones from Futurama. Exactly. Simon, exactly. There's a blue large snake. Gonna clean up the nature. Killing a large snake. Look at him. He's beautiful. Yeah, I got problems. Poor Gibby and Gobby. They didn't deserve that. Or did they? Look how quicker I'm attacking now because of my Jonathan's Whistling War Song. I get a new one at level 8. I wonder what song it will be. Clean up your corpse. Please just clean up your corpse. I don't ask much in this world. Please clean up your corpse. Do you have a corpse? Yes, clean it up. Clean up your corpse. Oh my god. I have fruit, and berries. Oh, there they stack. I thought they didn't stack. They didn't deserve that, or did they? Nah, it's hard to spin. They were whelps. Okay, they were whelps. They were not children. They were whelps. It's not the same thing. Come here. Goblin warrior. Oh ho! Feisty one, are ya? Ooh, very feisty. Ooh, he hurts. Oh, he really hurts. I need better armor at some point. I spent all my money on a planing tool needed... Oh, he kicked me too. Jeez. On a planing tool to get this stinking bow made. And no one's a Fletcher. No one's a Fletcher. There's a Jessica Fletcher, but there's no Fletcher Fletcher. Fletcher the Fletcher. Dude, they hurt. Yeah, I need better armor at some point. I really do. Ding! Somebody's level 8. Alright. Let's sit for a second. Heal up. Songnesty needs to heal. Who's out here? Paladin. Ooh, here there be monsters. Maiden's Voyage going out to Furiona VA. And of course, the dreaded bard Songnesty. Look, he's really upset that nobody will make this bow. He's provided the materials. No one will make it for him. And so now, he's just taking his frustrations out on the goblins. They're just hanging out, waving their cute little goblin flag. And he has the audacity to just saunter in and start trouble. That's just the Songnesty way. He's very frustrated. He's flustered, if you will. Whoa. It's a beautiful thing. Shout. Adventurers of of the Butcher Block Mountains. I have a confession to make. My heart weighs heavy on my actions today. Today, I slaughtered a babysitter of 2 goblin whelps. And in an attempt to adopt those whelps as my own, accidentally tripped and stabbed the 2 goblin whelps to a state of unliving. For this, I am sorry. Can the world forgive me my sins? Adventures of the Butcher Block Mountains. I have a confession to make. My heart weighs heavy on my actions today. Today I slaughtered a babysitter of 2 goblin whelps. And in an attempt to adopt those whelps as my own, I accidentally tripped and stabbed the 2 goblin whelps into a state of unliving. For this I am sorry. Can the world forgive me my sins? No. No. Shout. You must pay. Give me lay out the terms. Groot says I must pay. Let's pay. Let's see. What do you got for me, Groot? Oh, my thing's not working. What are the terms, Groot? Please. I'll do anything to atone. Death by sacrificial jump. In Kelethan? My home? Oh, what I can do is also I can do this, can't I? It still is on there. I can double up. I can double up. I can double up. Oh, that's interesting. Cause like I'm still singing the song, right? But I saw like the effect was still in act, and I was like, wait, so then I can do more. In Kelethan? So be it. But I need a witness. So that the atonement is recognized. We're doing it. Sacrificial jump. To atone for our crimes. Tonsillet sees me and just goes, I'm just gonna go around you. Weirdo. That's funny. That is funny. I mean, my goal in the end is to absolutely get everybody to ignore me. I think it's working. I think it's working. anything? Groot? That's failed. Look at this guy. He's got a torch. Look at you, little goblin. You got a torch. Huh. I have a torch now, too. Ha ha. Nothing. Groot has not responded. Did Groot leave? Is he still here? He did leave. Dang it. Then I'm not going to sacrifice myself. I am also a coward who will not man up to his crimes. Oh, there's an orc runner. I may not loot him at this time. Wonder where he came from. Crag Elder. Ooh, somebody got busy over here. Some high-level dude went on a killing spree. Let's see. Oh, let's look at my character. Let's look at my skills. What do I get next? What's my next spell? Let's take a look. I'm gonna take a look and see. Oh, Project Buck 99. I'm a bard. That's another thing that it drives me crazy though, is that like the spells, they don't tell you what level they are, so you have to look those up. Like, I got to. I got Kellen's Lugubrious Lament is next. A sad song that calms the aggressive natures of many creatures. Huh. So that's more for crowd control? Does it get rid of the aggro? I want to loot this corpse. Let's see. Okay. They're in the Butcherbuck Mountains with a Centurion. Or it can be a Centurion as a placeholder. So they spawn every 4 to 5 minutes. Let's check out over here, because that's the way back into the Greater Fate Arc. Decaying skeletons. Check the extremities. Nope. He's not online anymore. He couldn't bear witness. I was like, maybe he's in the Greater Fate Arc waiting for me. No, he's not. More goblins. Decaying skeletons. Butcherblock Mountains are always an interesting place. There's a lot of cool stuff to find here. I've heard like there's a chessboard. I've never seen it. I stand corrected. I was hoping that I'd find it. Undead pawns. Undead king. So, one of the things that's really interesting is that, in the interviews and stuff like this, they actually talk about this, the chessboard and butcher block. Like, what's the deal with this? Undead rook to king's 3? And because people are like, oh, it must be, you know, Bristlebane. Ooh, they judged me amiably. And the designers and stuff were like, it was just cool. What does she do? Cygnus Baran. Just hanging out? It's so cool. Yeah, undead pawns are yellow. And they're like, yeah, it's just a thing that was cool. They made it look big. Like there was something bigger that played chess back in the day. Because everybody's like, there must be some deeper meaning to this. There must be some lore behind these things. And there's sounds like, it just looked cool. And I love that. And they're very much like, there are situations where like there were people who were in like the art design and stuff like this that actually worked to like make lore. But they'd get fired, like, or they moved on. And we never knew what it meant. You know? An emerald drake. Can I target the emerald drake, please? Okay, indifferently. Look at him. So pretty. So pretty. And it's just funny to see people rack their brains over that stuff for so long. I'm one of those people that does that, by the way. It's very much like everything has meaning, everything has purpose. And they're like, we did it because it looked cool. It's like, what about this thing? Like, well, that has purpose. That was this. And like, yes, validation. Tonsil Lord. What's he doing? He's like a level. He's he's the same level as me now. We're level 8. He's killing decaying skeletons. Oh, he might be doing like the quests and stuff. I'm just looking for the runners. I don't know where they would be, and I'm checking like the corners. See if they spawn in those areas. Can you climb that? No, you can't climb it. That would stink too if you're hunting something. Because when they run away, they just kind of like with the trees, they just go over it. They ignore the height like limitations that a normal player, like I can't get up this, but if they ran up that, they would go up there and go all the way across before coming back down. To be this long wait. Yeah, I don't see any runners. Let me look at the -955, -2840. Let's see. So it's kind of close to where we are. Interesting. I'm getting tired. Oof, it's been a day, man. We're about to call it a night. But we got a level. Got a solid level. No taker on crafting this bow for me. Which stinks. But I am not going to let that down. We're going to make money somehow. I don't know how I'm going to make money. I don't know of a good way. Besides bear pelts. And I don't want to do that. You saw how long we've hunted bears, but didn't find a single good pelt. $2840. Negative 955, negative 2840. Oh, he spawns. Okay. Down south by Dagner's Cauldron. No, not by that. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I'm guessing he then just, takes the road? Right? Yeah, it looks like it. We'll just follow that then. Oh, look, there's a goblin with a scythe. Oh, he's white. He's a white goblin. Lowland basilisk. Fighting white is not the best idea. That's technically, it says like, hey, you're even level with it, right? Not entirely true. Oh, did I get that totally wrong? Oh, yeah, I totally got that wrong. He spawns over by the actual entrance. I got my coordinates mixed up, as usual. Yeah. Exact. Ted Hammerhands, thank you. Yes. I realize that is totally wrong. Yeah. So he supposedly spawns like right here. Supposedly. I should be able to see him. First number is always north. Thank you. That is greatly appreciated. I'm looking for the Crushbone Runners. I do not see him here. Rock Spiderling, don't need to do that. Oh, well. We have to go find a bed. We have to. That's how we end this every time. We must. Ooh, a dwarf skeleton, though. Let's kill this dwarf skeleton. Crunch on the skeleton bones. And then we'll call it a night. Which tells me that I might be able to handle the skeletons that are out by the Steampunk Mountains. Maybe. Oh, shoot. Oh, crap. What's fighting me? Oh, a white goblin. Ah, crap. I'm probably gonna die. Let's just run. Goodbye! As always, you ended in cowardice. That's the way we do things. Because I yet fully understand the combative prowess. The classic bard move. Because I don't know the combative prowess of a bard yet. Still trying to figure it out. I always roll coward dice. In Everquest, if you don't know what you're doing, that is a thing you typically do. If you don't know what you're doing, you're running away. That is the way. We'll go back to Kelethin. See if there's anybody who is willing to... See if there's a Fletcher. And see if they're able to help me out. Hold on. Whoops. 1 second. No, there won't be here. There's an Centurion. Orc Centurion. We've got Gritaz, Roughnecks, Star-Lord, Songnesty, a great name, Songnesty, and Cumdatter. Yep, that sounds like the internet. It sounds like the internet indeed. After all that talk about the good in people, that's what they threw at us. That was the reaction. We'll go back to Kelethin. We'll find ourselves a bed to sleep in because I'm a lunatic and have to sleep in a bed. It's just how the world works. The Fairy Duchess! Well, hello, Fairy Duchess! Hail! She's got a dagger. She also cons red. Orc pawn. Do you have a hatchet? No. I gotta go more north, don't I? Okay. I hear the music. Kelethin, where are you? Kelethin! This is your mother speaking. Come to me! Kelethin! Stop going east. Kelethin! You have the count of 3. 1. 2. 2.5. 2.25. 2 7/8. There you are. There you are. Thank you, Kelethin. You finally came. I was going to give you such a spanking. Naughty Kelethin. Not coming when I asked you to. Silly Kelethin. You worried Mommy so. Why do you always scare me, Kelethin? When I don't know where you are? Why? Don't you know I worry about you? I care about you. I worry because I care, Kelethin. What's that? Well, if you enjoyed staying at your father's house more than mine, then go. I don't need you, Kelithan. Why do I push away everyone I love? Kelithan. Kelithan. What is wrong with me? I'm real crying now. My fake crying led to real crying. What sorcery is this? Has that ever happened? Your fake crying turns to real cries? Is this where we're at now in this world? I'm so dumb. I'm dumb. Don't listen to me. I'm dumb. Beds! Hold on. Can I jump on this bed? Haha, top bunk! Songnesty gets top bunk. / camp. Alright. Let's go see who is on. We're going to go raid somebody. Let's go see what's going on. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're doing the Infocom Classic Text Adventure Enchanter. We're starting that whole series. Fantastic game. Supposedly. We've beaten now 8 Infocom games. We're working on our 9th. Let's go see who's on. Whoop. Let's see who is on. Ooh. I was just talking Outer Wilds and why I consider it to be the best game ever. Let's go raid Taco Adventure. It was a pleasure. Lip, thank you. Hash, thank you. Cannoli. May the goblin gods have mercy on my soul. Maybe. One day. Let's go raid Taco Adventure. They're playing Outer Wilds. Let's go give them a shout. To humor. Goodbye, folks. I'll be out here tomorrow night, 9 p.m. playing more Infocom adventure games. Bye! And then we're going to do the DLC of Outer Wilds on Monday.